Welcome back to Workers and Resources. Back in our republic, now having a proper concrete plant with a water connection. We're building towards our new settlement. The new city will be quite far away from the customs house. We're talking 7 kilometers now, air distance, not including whatever we have to do on the ground, making corners, etc. happen. Supply by road would probably work for the beginning, but we definitely need our rail construction to complete, building towards the tunnels and completing their construction, so that we can also send trains over here. That will be a tunnel boring machine. Arriving in like 6 years, I'm not sure if we're gonna get it. I'm still in the feeling of early start, where I want to just use things that are released pre-1960. So these slightly more modern excavators are fine, but I'm mostly sticking with like old equipment, I think. And hopefully this stream we will have people moving in here and helping with the construction of the new settlement. So basically a basic foray into maybe even a temporary heating plant to get some people to move in, and then we can relocate that in the future into a proper further away heating plant. I mean, the heating plant here can stay. Like with the other settlement on Siberia, it's maybe a good idea to have a few extra heating plants around to spread out the heating demand. And I guess that is something we could do here as well. So we'll probably start with a heating plant and yeah, use that as a jumping off point for people to move into nearby. I was planning for a grocer in the area. Cancelled that when I said there was no heating plant nearby, but I guess we can make that work. Large heat exchanger somewhere over here around the train station. And then yeah, some small heating plants running at one worker dotted around. We might make a large heat exchanger in this area and then another large one on the other side. Still have to find the location for the actual heating plant. Could be on the side of the construction offices, but it makes more sense to have it on the side where the coal mine is actually going to be. And then run some heating pipes down here. I'm not sure if we should consider a large heating plant in the city. That seems like it could be overkill and also cause a lot of pollution. I'll try it here. I don't think it's going to be relocated after. It shouldn't need a coal storage externally in the future, but in the beginning it would be a useful thing to have. Making sure that coal deliveries keep up, and then we can let that run out at some point and get rid of the storage and just supply it directly from the coal mine itself. So the coal storage here would be a temporary thing to be replaced in the future. Still waiting for the electricity to be connected. wire here has been removed, so now we should be able to drop down the high voltage switch that I wanted to have. And from here we should be able to make most power connections into local transformers. Alright. Warning of low fuel. Our fuel storage is now finally full. Means that I can make it so that we unload the fuel at the gas station and then drive the fuel truck into storage. But we also have to run the train again to import some fuel. One seems to be in a much better space. Still gotta be careful with it. The high voltage power line will come across this hill, down here, into the high voltage switch. Something along the lines of this would work. And then from here we can go down and get to the other connection. And that would bring us electricity. Yes, we're working on the fuel. Just give it a second. The train is importing right now. At least it's on its way to import. Still had full fuel, so I guess I didn't even need the loan that much. So good to be safe. Alright, this looks fine. A little bit concerning that there's more than 6.5 tons here. But maybe that was when not all of them were connected properly yet. Once you start having more than 6.5 tons, there's usually more waste than can dissipate. But most of the other stores were empty, so I'm just still believing that we have enough capacity. And we don't need to make a change. We'll get the distribution office from Volgodonsk to also help with coal distribution towards this place. Hopefully that won't cause too many issues. Heating plant shouldn't have too much to do. But yeah, we'll start with a basic setup of a grocer in the area. With some houses. And a bus route to bring them to another place for the time being. No spare dump truck. I have to get one for running the heating plant. We'll get a grocer. We'll get some houses. Should run at a very low throughput. We will need a clinic, I'm pretty sure. Get the basics started. Hello, Ozen. Welcome. And yeah, this could change, but it will get us workers locally that can walk onto construction sites and even a bus stop. That should speed things up. I might have to put up a bus platform here. I mean, this one was supposed to be the bus stop for the area. I'm not sure if we have enough reach with it though. Right now it's hooked up on that side. If we have a footpath connection out here, it might just be enough to cover everything, and then we can run from this bus stop to the train station as the bus stop of the area, and it should be fine. I should fill these construction offices with the vehicles that they need, similar to our other construction offices, and that is what I will do now. So, we have, in this one, 2 buses. Don't think I have any spare. I have 1 spare. I'll relocate that one in. Give it another one. Those are large buses for what we're usually doing, so maybe a large one and a smaller one, just to keep the vibe going. 2 dump trucks. We already have those. Only 1 concrete mixer. Got those. Covered hull truck. Need to buy that one. Two excavators. Now I close the window. What else? Open haul trucks. Road cranes. I'm sticking with stuff from before 1960 and then maybe even earlier than that, trying to keep old equipment alive for as long as possible. Oh, apparently potatoes. Welcome. Looks like the building might now be full. The barracks have opened up. They can now house people. which would act as workers for the settlement construction until we decide that we will have a house locally. So this will provide us workers in the nearby settlement until we're done with that. Covered hull. Open hull. Road crane. Excavator. I think that's it. 9 vehicles. 9 vehicles. I think that's all. Should fill out the construction offices. They are set to pick up workers from here. And the resources locally, although we're not bringing all the construction materials to the area yet. No bricks yet. I'm gonna redo the power line a bit. Having it closer to the water instead. Make more sense. There we go. Built that. Just giving us the ability to have a gas station here more easily. Will come in handy in the future. Once you have access to asphalt, things will also look a lot better. Because then the construction vehicles can just pick them up locally and build up asphalt roads a lot faster. I should get the road construction equipment going. Missing resource plastics, so now we know that some repairers are actually using it. And we have to bring it back in, which might bring the fuel price up again. But that shouldn't be an issue. So you are allowed to load plastics from the border. Yep, they need plastics. The 12D needs plastic. Still have a little bit in here, 0.7 tons, but we will need imports soon. There's an excavator, causing massive slowdown, temporarily. Hello, Hailstorm. Welcome. Probably need a permanent gas station in here in this area too. The one for the supply of the line should already be filled. But maybe having one on the exit for the construction vehicles would also help. I think a single one for now should be okay. Probably time to start thinking about further road development up this way as well. Because we could already be setting up another village just to stretch out the range that we can reach over the map. If we go through this place, this mountain area, or down here, we could get to a western customs house if we wanted to. That would be another alternative for road development. Snaking through the mountain pass. Probably need a tunnel. Another tunnel here. And then road work all the way to the western customs house. Other alternative going up here? Where does that lead? That would go past the coal mine location, I guess. Could also be an option. Mountain Pass Road, another settlement here. Huge mountain here, but we can go past it. And then along this way to make our way to the customs house. Would be a very snaky road. Personal car route going through here, not ideal. It basically can create a traffic jam. Similar for the bus route. We're bringing workers from a large city in here. I can use the other end station instead. Makes a lot more sense. Yep, that's the old honk sound, not available anymore. Very much a shame, but we still have it with us in spirit, and as a sound redeem. Thank you for the follow, Neo Contra. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. End station still has a 1 second time interval. Yeah. As long as they wait a second and have refueled, they can drive out. Second is fine. Just don't have them permanently park in here. I want this to get back to flexible line spacing. With only the oil trucks pretty much, which were running through here before. But their route was really long because they waited so long, their route timer. Now I guess it has reset. It's not for buses, yeah. I still want to space out the oil trucks a little bit, so that the pump jack can produce like at a rate where they arrive approximately at the same time. That's the plan. But right now, there's no oil being produced because we're still waiting on the power line rebuild. And I also need the high voltage wire going to the transformer here. Worker construction office to deal with the footpath construction and other buildings in the area, making those constructions faster. Technically, these two are from before 1960, so I guess we could use those. They are ideally sized. I like this one more visually, but it's after 1960 and I would like to not use it. Is this yellow since recently? I don't remember it being that yellow. Interesting. Guess we'll just go for 2 of these buses and then some personal cars. These feel way too luxurious. We'll go for those. Let's pick out. We need to get the pump check up and running again. We're losing some money, income that we could have. What is the oil price doing? Fuel price is still at 3,200, which is still high. Our iron export is making that, but yeah, we need to run fuel exports again, oil exports. Would help a lot. And once we have electricity, the asphalt would also be available locally, so definitely prioritize those construction tasks. For the tunnel, we will also need bricks. So I guess the distribution office will also have to bring bricks in now. And I did have another free open haul truck that I can put into the distribution office for now to help with resource material distribution to our construction site. Oh, the gravel is going into the rail construction office at the moment. I need some additional trucks here to fill out the storage. Don't think I have any dump trucks left, no. So we'll get some early start ones that can go 40 kilometers an hour. Actually, the Russo Balts would be better because this is gravel road snowed in, so it's not really that fast. But when the snow is gone, the other ones would be faster, I guess. Let's go for them. And they would run continuously without waiting for loaded or unloaded. Unlike the large truck. And then we need another dump truck to bring the coal into the heating plant once it's set up and once it has electricity, which it currently doesn't. We can run a power line from the setup to it at that point. Oh, come on, not again. Alright, just everyone move. I know there's no fuel, that's why they're piling up. There's no oil being produced right now, so they don't actually run the route. Should probably put them in a depot instead. But yeah, that's the reason they cause a traffic issue. Did you conclude that the small residential buildings can handle pollution from heating plants better? I thought, but I don't think so. I think it's just because... I think it is maybe the case, but inconclusive. I didn't test it that much yet. I think the large residential buildings just need more heating, and then during winter they have a lot more pollution output from the heating plant for the same amount of build space. These ones right now are fine. Even here, 79 years of lifespan. As long as we're not going over 50% of the heating plant, we should be okay. And limiting the amount of workers kind of seems to keep that in check, hopefully. If I expand the other settlement in the start that didn't have the pollution issues from the heating plant, I'm sure I can get it to where the pollution issues will become a factor. But yeah, for smaller settlements with houses at about 50 meters or higher away from the heating plant, it seems to be fine. And sometimes even houses really close to the heating plant are okay. If we're fine with some reduced life expectancy, of course. This area will have a lot of food stored up, so if there's a crisis inside the city, the warehouse has a ton of food left to keep everyone supplied. I'm not sure why I'm bringing no, this one actually had clothing. Yeah, we had a clothing store here. It makes sense to have everything in the area. Can construction offices pick up from a rail construction office? They cannot. Oh, we can also put the output back here, so maybe then excess material would get dumped. Although this storage is going to fill up completely. So yeah, gravel will run full for the rail construction office. Oh no, it has stopped now. Maybe it still will push itself full of material. We will see. Maybe I could run the bus route directly from the settlement, the small village, to this area now. It might be enough workers. Hello Dargunch, thank you. Love your little PNG tuber, much appreciated. Are there pollution levels in the game? Yes. Pollution is simulated in the game if you have it enabled. Pollution is a setting that you can enable or disable, depending on if you like the simulation or not. And we have it enabled. Which is why the large heating plant is outside the city, to not kill it with pollution too much. Although in the village I built housing quite close to the heating plant. And it is reducing the life expectancy some. It's gonna get worse the deeper we're gonna get into winter, but I'm okay with that, so... as long as it's not too bad. As long as we're not crashing below 65 years of life expectancy, I'm okay with that. Is there only dirty energy creation? Maybe it's time to build Chernobyl? There's nuclear power, there is solar power and wind energy, which are quite unreliable, but they are there, so they help you reduce the need for polluting energy. Coal plant and a gas power plant. I didn't know they added a new coal power plant. That's a very small one. Half capacity. 22 tons of pollution. That's neat. But yeah, nuclear power also exists, but then you have to deal some way with the nuclear waste. Either export it, which costs money, or store it somewhere. How's rail track building on early start? I know the first is disassembled is very slow, but after that, how is it? It's okay. Building bridges and tunnels is gonna be a challenge. And they carry very little quantities of resources, so they drive back and forth quite frequently. But since they only use coal and water, they don't cost that much currently for us, so it's something you have to continuously keep going. We also started with some rail construction from this side, but I didn't get the water and coal fed track builders. I got the modern ones that run on diesel. So it here goes a little bit faster. And we're almost at the tunnel that needs building before we can join with the rail bridge. Almost got electricity. 2 more electronic component deliveries, some workers with the road crane supplied construction sites, and we're gonna be done. Hope this game has trams. They're very cool and efficient. The game indeed has trams, yes. It also has trolley buses. I'm not planning for them right now, but since the city is probably going to get its own coal power plant, it might have a reason to have its roads upgraded with a tram line over the bridge, run a tram loop. I'm not sure yet. I'm not planning the city for trams. Looks like the bridge is also almost done. And it is done. Cool, cool, cool. We're gonna institute speed limits throughout the settlement. No tram in the city, just... we got a cableway station. Which also is quite efficient. Bringing lots of workers to our iron mine setup. Will make early start for me hard. I'm so used to get the EDK 300 every time I play. Yes. It will be different. A fun ride to the mines, exactly. Fun ride indeed. Looks like I have to get rid of that tree. It's a bit dangerous for the cableway, I would say. They even have a Soviet icon on the cableway car. Hammer and sickle. Glorious industry coming into view. Waste management on the left side, iron management straight ahead, and the iron mine to the right. Everything as it should be. But yeah, Ozen, everything will be slower. Also track building, so if you're thinking of building a train track somewhere, might as well get it started early before you actually start the settlement. Kind of like what we've been doing here, which could have started way earlier, but better late than never still. I think a rail distribution of resources is still going to be more efficient than trying to supply the city by trucks. Since we aren't really going to use snowplows. And the vehicles drive 40 kilometers an hour maximum. Most of the time. I think I'm going to institute a bus route. Actually, we have a personal car route, right? I guess I can get some more vehicles on that route to bring more people onto the settlement itself. That's what we're gonna do. Constant stream of workers through the area, which will also feed more workers into the rail construction office. With the early start, having a large amount of workers, relatively speaking, compared to the mechanisms and machinery you have, is nice. I wonder if there's a Finland themed game like this? Finland themed game? I mean, I guess there's probably a Finland workshop map, I would assume. And maybe even a bunch of Finnish cars, since it would fit the era. But I don't know. I'm not using the Steam Workshop that much, only for custom maps. That's the power line. And then everything will roar back to life. Mainly the pump check over here should start running again. Which it does. And then we can use line spacing again. Proper line spacing without the worry of a traffic jam. But I don't really have to. It's still fine. We'll still use it. Still makes sense. There's Mega Monkey, or Workshop Master. I'm not going to look around the Moscow map to find the secrets, so just so you know. I don't want to... I mean, I scrolled around briefly, but not doing that. Hello, Ixie. Welcome. Fuel is out again. That goes quickly, man. They're more special if you find them naturally. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna play the Moscow or St. Petersburg map any recent. I also forgot if you said they needed to be populated or if they also work if they're empty. I think you said they work if they're empty. Have I used freight cableways? I think I did use them on a tourism village on top of a mountain, yeah. Should be both, okay. I might never find them. What happened to the fuel price? Still increasing? It's at 3,000 now. Came back down from over 10,000 to around 3,000, which is still very profitable. I wasn't running an oil pump for the longest time, but we're back running that now, and hopefully we're gonna make a bit of money from it. And maybe it'll decrease the fuel price again. Ideally it would normalize, but we're not depending on it. It's time to send bitumen here. We have electricity. I think I'm going to start taking out the name from the settlements and see if I can get used to everything just having the most basic name whatsoever. Makes it a little bit harder to see in the list of buildings, but the city area is still listed. Okay, and that'll give us asphalt. As soon as the bitumen will arrive, they can take that from this building as well. Which will help with road construction speed in the near future. But not right now. Make this asphalt too. It's a lot of footpath. I guess for testing if the walking distance is enough, that would be helpful. Yes, it is. Okay, so we can use the train station as an entrance for the pedestrians. Probably even by just having them go along the asphalt road too. Yeah. Sewage tank overflowing, health risk. Water and sewage tanks haven't been built yet. I mean, the sewage discharge is definitely something we have to set up at some point, but I think right now it's too early for that. Not too early for water and sewage tank though. And we can probably get rid of the temporary setup next to the street at some point. Sewage discharge could be here. This is like one of the polluting areas of the city. Wouldn't be opposed to that. I might be too close. Oops, that was still under construction, huh? Okay. That should be fine. Make sure the junction is in the area where no train should be parked ever. They should always have enough room to run across and then never get stuck on this section where the roads are gonna go across. And then we should be okay. And a third construction office, because I felt like it. These excavators can make their way into the utility construction office for now. And get rid of the free one. Roadworks, double maintenance, utility. Workers is not assigned because workers only builds non-buildings. Probably set up a fire station here. Make sure everything is nice and safe once people start moving in. Shame that didn't work. But it's a little bit too low. Hello, Thorgrim. Welcome. Electricity here, I guess. And yeah, fire station can stay in that corner at the junction. And after all of that is in place, I think we can move some people into, like build some houses and have some people move in, I mean. Bring some some coal to the heating plant. Don't need any workers in here just yet. I guess I could let the construction offices pick up from here too. If I bring all the workers over. That might happen. Now that the route is fixed, they're going back through the end station. Only when we have a power outage does the oil line break, and then everything else gets affected. $50 workers for 2.25 cubic meters. And this one had 48 workers for 2.16 cubic meters, so this one is definitely the higher density building. Not sure why this one is under low density, but maybe they just go by building size, like footprint. At some point the cold storage is going to go away. Heating here shouldn't be too high. I'm not sure if we're going to use this the way it's set up. We will need some highly educated people. This would be one way to do it. Way too many highly educated right now, but don't really have more buildings set up. And everything else they need, they would have to go and get from Brugodonsk, the other settlement. Come on. I added a lot of new vehicles, I know. But the road should still be mostly okay. It's going to feed all the workers away from here to the new area, meaning that the construction offices definitely have to pick up from this bus stop now. And that's where we can get our workers from. Speeding up construction a bit. I feel like this would be a bit too dense. These ones are also very good. Thinner, slightly wider. They might fit here a bit more. I don't know. I guess this could be a very high slums-esque housing area. Not opposed to that. 100 people living here. One of them is able to go to the bus stop even. Sure, let's build them. It's gonna get us started. That one house will have no way to get to the bus stop. If it's all the highly educated people, I guess that's fine. I haven't built that high density in a while, so this is gonna be something. Let's see how it looks. We can always tear it back down later on if it looks horrible and people are dying left and right. But right now the important part is to get some people to move into the area. Make sure they can live here and then just run them back to Bugugudonsk so they have a way to deal with their demands or desires. At which point we probably have to upgrade the bus route that is running currently from Tumaisnoye to Bugugudonsk and put some more and better vehicles onto it, or just more vehicles in general. The vehicle amount, I guess, would still be a village size from the settlement, and we wouldn't pick up any workers, so I guess it would be fine. Repair station with a vehicle depot. The area definitely will need a repair station. There's going to be a lot of vehicles close by. Hello Jumahai, welcome. Maybe time to then build the... we should already build the warehouse, I think. Get everything set up. Get the local distribution office set up. Then bring resources here by a temporary distribution office until we have the train line hooked up. Fill the warehouse and yeah, after everything is in place and the train is running, just send its supplies, then people can move in, I guess. And if the train route has to go out the other direction, we can still hook that up later on here. Just to make sure we don't forget that it is a possibility for the supply train to also make its way the other direction, which might be in the direction of the future food factory and distillery. Money's looking okay. Citizens went down quite a bit. It's the winter spike again. Maybe I do need to run the heating plants at 2 workers. The average life expectancy isn't really going down that much in most areas. I think the heating is fine. It's probably just the heavy work in the industry causing a lot of people to be afflicted with health problems. $79 79% health, going up to 89% after a doctor visit, so yeah. Just have to make sure everyone can visit a doctor and we'll be alright. And some prefab panels, please. The new waste storage is kind of demanded. I'll try and set the distribution offices for rural buildings from Bugodonsk onto this task. It is going to be somewhat far away. I need to rename them. Let me cut the citizen out of there and just name it Goods Urban and Goods Rural. So it's easier to see in this list. We need a train station so we can pick up the people from here. This bus stop is not going to be utilized by passengers or students. We'll have to rely on the train station to be done for that. Which is okay. We can wait that long. Looks like tunnel construction now has begun. Okay, there's already signals here, so track welders should not get in each other's way. One of the bridges is almost done, although this one needs prefab panels, which now we do have in the rail construction office. It is getting built. 171 tasks, and then the bridge is done. 171 work days, which is about 5-6 construction tasks. Maintenance here should be done at 30%, like everything else. Machine replacement at 50 is okay. Does this road depot now also have the new/old streetlights? I don't think it had that one before, but maybe I missed it. It's definitely the same style. We'll see where the repair station will go. There's still a lot of space up here too. All of this is not really supposed to be much residential, but there's definitely room for residential here. If they can get to the grocer, they can then get to the train station, and from there it's pretty much central and everything should be reachable. Just gotta make sure no other bus stop is in range that they could walk to. Food and meat have already been delivered. No power, so the meat is going to slowly rot away. 50% delivery capacity is fine. Prioritize the substation, and then we should be able to set up a house and move someone in, I think. As soon as we get the bus route hooked up with some more workers, some more vehicles. I'll get the bulldozers into the utility construction office as well. We'll need proper technical services to deal with the water, which we will set up once we have the basic supply of workers nearby. We will have a water purification plant for the area and a sewage discharge. Nothing dramatic, but it should be in walking distance of some houses for sure. Can't wait for the construction material delivery. Can't wait to have my own brick factory locally. Coal is quite expensive. It hasn't decided to keep going up though, so it's okay. Wood is climbing, which is nice. We're still not exporting it. Suddenly they realized that our wood exports were actually valuable. I guess we could export it now. It's at a point where it should make a bit of money. I just didn't want to constantly have to replant the trees, and the way it's set up right now is quite convenient. Oh well, I guess we'll export. Tunnel construction should just be a regular consumption of workers. The train shouldn't move back and forth as long as it has workers, and we'll just sit here and dig into the tunnel continuously. Tunnel boring machine would be faster, but it's too modern. And it's not available yet either. Yeah, with some people moving in, we should be able to then set up the water purification. So we're ready for further extending the housing capacity for more people. This would be beautiful. Doesn't work. I think we're gonna have a housing block with these large houses on this side of the train station, so they can drive in here, bring resources to a grocer from the road. Maybe a pub, but then everyone would walk by a footpath to the train station across the rail lines. Epidemic. Oh, amount of people is still going down. Has something changed again with the update? Health down to 69%. 55 life expectancy is horrible. Interior temperature is fine. Or maybe the heating was insufficient, I didn't pay that close attention. Because I assumed it would still be fine. Happiness didn't drop very much. But the life expectancy has dropped quite a bit. In some of these houses, mainly the ones around the larger heat exchanger. Was there something wrong with the heating plant? Maybe there was a fire and we had an outage of heating? That could have been, I guess. I'm not sure. Guess I have to pay attention next winter. Oh wow, that fits in here. That is convenient. Although there should be a footpath through here, should there not? Maybe I should consider turning this road into a road with sidewalks. Which I haven't used very much, but it would probably look quite cool in an old-time city. And then I guess we'll also see if it's modern or old-time sidewalks that will show up here. I hope it's the old ones. Not a lot of work. Oh my god, the fuel consumption. Either time is going by quickly or we're consuming a lot more fuel than previously. Probably the latter, because I have, well, a lot more construction offices now. Prepare for the fuel and bitumen unloading in the area as well. Plus the local distribution office for fuel. Just so it's ready to go. We need fire trucks for the fire station. Old ones, obviously. A 5 and a 10, I think. This one holds 120 people, definitely not highly educated. This is already getting quite large for a small settlement, but we can build it up and see what to do with it. And yeah, I think we'll have another housing block in here. Just hook it up to a road with footpaths. It's fine. Have one of these like super large buildings next to the train station. I still don't think there's a way to flip the lights around. If anyone knows, let me know as well, but I still think it depends on how you initially drew the construction for the road. Thank you for the follow, Marius. Much appreciated. And welcome to the stream. I might need a local cement storage. These are just too freaking large. With gravel production and coal nearby, I guess we could set up a concrete plant, cement plant as well. But that is a bit over planning right now, I think. Oh, I disrupted the road construction by attaching the footpaths. Alright, keep building, I guess. We'll move people in soon. Then we can get rid of the barracks probably. Or at least stop people from moving in and demolish them at a later time. That's a good supply of workforce, that's for sure. Works quite neat. Oh god, we're losing a lot of people. What's going on? One of the problems could be pollution? Yes, it's pollution. Something is happening with the waste. I see what's happening with the waste. Okay, I need more waste trucks. We have waste trucks. I just need to send them out right now and run the route. It's not too much waste, it's just not enough trucks to bring the waste from down here up to the incinerator. That should fix it. It'll be too many trucks, but right now it'll be okay. No wait until loaded. Wait until unloaded should be fine. Either that or the incinerator's overworked, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Here we go. Pick it up. I think the game is bugged. Harvester no longer available early for rubles. They somehow moved it to the US side, probably because the manufacturer is USA. So we'll see if that gets changed back. I'm not sure. I like the idea of like not having a harvester unless you get like to the US border early on, but I'm sure a lot of people will be upset with that. So I'm not sure what they're gonna do. Yep, that's a population drop for sure. Yes, you were able to buy it, but they changed it with the last update. Probably for the reason that I just mentioned, which I'm not sure if it's correct or not. But I guess it's the reason why they did it. Like I said, when we started, there was also no harvester. And there wasn't even a tractor when we started, those got added later. Not sure what they're gonna do. Maybe I should set up a distribution office to handle the waste removal. Would be a lot more clean, so it doesn't run when there's no need for anyone to do anything. That should bring population back. And the way to solve it otherwise is to increase birth rate, like always. Like, we have a population issue, just throw a birth rate increase research in. Hopefully it'll solve it before anything drastic happens. I think these are the modern streetlights, so I guess if you built them after 1960, they are the modern version. That's a shame. But it's cool that you have variety now. We're just stuck in the modern times now, I guess, with that. This is really good. Transporting people from another settlement up here, having them available for the construction offices close by, works really well. Looks like the road is done. Just waiting on the second one now. And like I said, we'll probably even upgrade these ones up to the bus stop. Maybe once we have deliveries inside the warehouse. Electronic components, namely. Crops have an awful return on investment, they're expensive to build, the vehicles are expensive and the price of crops is very low. Generally wonder why so many players insist on building them early in their republic. Because crop fields are cool. They look pretty. Didn't gain enough walking distance to the other house. You said it yourself, the coolness factor is what matters. It's all about the coolness factor. For the RP aspect. Yeah, that too. Being self-sufficient on food is kind of important. If the crop prices start rising like crazy, which they aren't, thankfully, they're still fairly stable. US dollar price. Ruble inflation is different. But if they go crazy, then, which we had happen before, then you're happy to have your own crop supply. But yes, they need efficiency quite a lot. Otherwise it's not a lot of fun running those. I'm considering leaving this area open for now, because I still have to figure out a way to get a pedestrian crossing in place. And it's probably going to be from here somehow, up to across the train lines. I mean, we could just probably drag a footpath through here, if I built the footpath before the rail lines, but I think we should cross this with pedestrian crossings over the train tracks. RPing before the Republic has stable profits is madness. No, then it's not RPing, then it's just sandboxing. You have to RP with the ups and downs. We are RP every crisis. Like when we tried to export crops with containers. We RP'd our ruler being, or like the comrade being severely mad at that point. If I upgrade this one, they can't walk to the asphalt and concrete plant at that point. This is going to be a very high density urban environment, I think. And I'm all for it. can't get to that village. Okay, means we can already give you your ambulances. Low speed tunnel boring, let's go. Should be working. Yeah, you're working. Just very, very slowly. Meanwhile, the bridges, one of them is done. No, these ones weren't even roadworks and workers, they were like the asphalt, the dump truck and concrete mixers. Weren't they? Hello, just Weasel. Welcome. Could also make this one the dumper truck construction office, because it's next to the gravel. Oh, it moves out and goes and gets the asphalt. Yeah, we'll make this one the dumper one. Make this one the mixer one. Well, actually I can relocate the mixer one probably in here as well. I mean, I had the option of having more construction offices later behind these. Now there's a power line in the way going to the oil rig, I guess. But yeah, there's definitely room for more construction offices here if I need to. I'm gonna take a short break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna take a few more regular breaks to just make the streaming more enjoyable, I think. So yeah, be right back. Alright, we're back. Yes, breaker, breaker. Brick bridge. He who breaks loses, I know, but sometimes you have to break. I'll have to prepare for when the tunnel is actually done and we can move our rail construction vehicles to also be coal and water based instead of fuel. But we'll let the fuel run out first. It's not an urgent change. We can also leave the current rail construction vehicles around, but there's no really reason to. If we set up another rail construction office that wants to have fuel-based rail construction because it's easier to set up, then we would have to drive them there disassembled, and can't disassemble them after they have been assembled once. Now they can reach the bus platform from here too. The highly educated. Okay, let's see if that will work. Yes, they can still get to the asphalt and concrete plant. That'll be fine. Birth rate increase research is done. Hopefully the waste situation, pollution issue has been resolved. Seems like it. Looks good now. No more yellow color. No more piling up waste. This one was spewing out a ton of waste because it was overfilled, so that is one of the problems we had. But also the other waste storages, of course, slowly running full. But now it's okay again. One can maybe decommission some vehicles in the future. Upgrade them with some slightly faster ones. Second bridge, 110 work days. Not bad. I don't know if I need the left-hand turn. Because if I don't, I could move the road up here and have the crossing right on the train track. Much closer. The idea was for the other trains that want to head this way to go around anyway. But I think having that switch is probably still a good idea. Like in concrete deliveries, we only have 2 concrete trucks, but that will change once the new construction office is online, because then I'll relocate the dump trucks and fill this with mixers. So we should probably prioritize the construction office over here. It doesn't need a lot, like 2 concrete deliveries, a gravel delivery, and then some asphalt for the groundwork, and then a couple materials, and we have a small construction office in place. Once the rail is hooked up, we could also have another storage tank for the oil and run oil export again by train if we want to. I really would like to keep the fuel import and bitumen import automated and not make the train too long though. But but I guess the fuel import on demand also works quite well. It'll just become a little bit annoying to deal with the more settlements we have. I would need a really long train for oil and then just run the delivery to each area. And we can't have really long trains because I planned that for settlement-sized trains, not for oil deliveries. But I guess we could have like a local storage that has a lot of oil and fuel that we deliver to by train, and then the citizen goods trains could pull from that storage instead. It can still be changed. Well, not this will stay, but we could have an intermediate storage for fuel in the Republic parked somewhere. For example, to my Snowy. Nah, that would be a bad idea. Maybe up on this side we could have a fuel tank cluster with a village that protects it. Coal price going down several months. Fine by me. Let me get 4 mixers already and ready to go. We'll take the Yak concrete mixer. Once the construction office is done. Nope, everyone has to drive, I guess. Also, you're assigned to bring construction materials to locations, so it's going to be a bit delayed until we have our road construction office back. Oh no, what happened here? You dropped like 900 workers. We had a small pollution crisis in Bugodonsk, but that has been resolved, I think. At least the internal waste storage for the settlement is low. Incinerator's quite busy, obviously, but it's making it work. Looks like the waste separation facility isn't really keeping up much. I need to send more workers over. I guess we're also having fewer workers now because of the situation with the settlement having fewer workers, I guess. So not ideal. Good, it got fixed in time. Yeah. Could bring some migrants in, I guess. I'll reduce the amount of students in the universities. The staff, I mean. Don't need that many right now. Didn't realize they started in 1930. Thought this was a new run. Also last I saw, well, you had 4,500 pop. Yes. Just a minor population decrease. Hello Nitangil, and hello Simon. Minor population decrease of 25% of our population. Based on some waste storage is running full because this waste storage ran full. trucks I set to it to run the waste up to the incinerator were insufficient, and that led to a problem. Where are they? Where are they bringing it? Oh, that's why it's full. They're dumping it directly into that storage, in case we get a lot of plastic scrap here. Yeah, that kind of makes sense, but we need more workers in the into the processing plant. It's just that we have a lack of workers in general. So the entire town collapsed for a second. Half of it. Population count went down quite a bit. Lots of free flats now. Could get some migrants to fix it. We still have the US dollars that we can use for that purpose. But I did research population growth increase, so it should fix itself pretty soon. I hope. Should see my pop graph. It's just smooth line up to 1800, then suddenly down and then back up. Yeah. I know the population graph roller coaster. We've also been riding it a little bit in minor steps. With all of our pollution testing, I think this was the time when I decided that I wanted to have more heating plants inside the large city because it would spread out the pollution more and give us more heating. Was a bad idea. And yeah, then that drop. Because one of the vehicle routes was undersupplied with trucks. I've made a new distribution office that is supposed to take over that route. So let's send the vehicles in. Pick up from here. Store in here. But only mixed waste. You will handle that delivery route now. 5 vehicles is going to be overkill, but it's going to be safe. Minor down steps, yeah. In the grand scheme of things, this is nothing. It's fine. It'll be fixed. Now when you have a city like fully run out of population, that's when something goes really horribly wrong. Because how do you restart it cleanly? Don't ask. We had that happen once. It was a bit of a nightmare to make sure everything gets back to running the way it's supposed to. I'm going to turn the city into a very high density urban environment, I think. If the heating will play ball. We shall see. Really want to do a run where I only start with 50 to 100 workers, never be able to immigrate after, and see how they grow. Very hard limitations to like only building stuff you have the resources to build rather than importing. I did before. There was a ton of earthquakes. But I think I will try again because I think earthquakes are easier now. Earthquakes will still hit you when they demolish something without any recourse. If that's the house where all of your people are in, then everything's gone. I did a run once where I got 10 migrants and I nourished them up to 1,000. But I allowed myself to have everything because you need to have everything, otherwise once you have like a decrease in birth rate, that's a bit of a problem. It worked in the end, but it took a very long time and a lot of financial means to make it work. But it was fun. How 10 can you even run everything properly? I had foreign workers run everything. I got people from the border and they had to run everything for everyone. Make them educated, higher education, and paid a lot of foreign workers to make sure the 10 people survived. Until they were able to sustain their own settlement, then it got a little bit easier, but still, it took a very long time to get up from 10 to like 100 or 200. That was a fun run. You can pay workers to work in like shopping centers. You can get foreign workers and unload them at a bus stop and they walk to construction sites like to buildings like regular workers and work in buildings too, yeah. No, it's not just construction. You can pick them up from the border and help them, make them help you run your republic. They're just regular workers that work a one-time shift for you for a high price. A very fun run. Alright, there's the dumper office. And the mixers can make their way into the mixer construction office. And we need some housing. Apparently they're starting with this one first. We'll have a lot more concrete now. 4 more concrete trucks. $16 rubles per only one 8-hour shift. I'm trying to build a town and one build costs like 500 rubles. It's crazy, even with cranes and buses always seem to request a little more than needed. So instead of being it only costing 100 rubles, it costs 300. Yeah, because the foreign workers also have their own productivity, and that can sway between 120 something to 80 or even lower. So you don't know if you have enough workers. So you pay more. The worker cost, the foreign worker cost is still not the majority compared to resource cost. But it does add up, obviously. It's something that you can eliminate with your own workers. I think I have to... unload the workers here so that our other buildings keep running well. Cholmas Neu to new bus stop, that one. Unload 50% and then unload the rest as a transfer. And that route is from Bogotá. They can just unload here full time. Once we start having our own citizens live here, it's gonna be a lot better. I guess we can also use this bus stop to pick up the passengers. For now, from Bogotá. So on the return trip, the end station is gonna be in the way in that route at that point. Well, he will go here, load anyone who is not a worker and bring them back to the bus stop. How are we gonna do this? I guess I need an end station here for the time being, but building a temporary end station seems like overkill. But yeah, this would allow the citizens living here to go to this bus stop instead. I guess I could also bring them to pick up the passengers from this train station. But this bus stop is closer a bit. Pick them up and bring them to Bogotá. Alright, that route is trying to sort itself out. What is that route? Workers from here. Don't use the end station. Line spacing. I could give them another end station on the other side just for the return buses, but I don't know. They can probably run it with line spacing fine. It's not that many workers anyway. Missing cement. You in the distribution office utility. We should probably get better cement trucks. If there are any more modern ones available. Yes, the Yak cement. 40 kilometers an hour, 5 tons. Please. And the Russo bars will be replaced. There's a dry bulk truck in a vehicle depot that we have to get rid of. So I'm not going to replace them with that old vehicle. It drives 31 kilometers an hour, but we can get better and still use it. Still use old vehicles. Seems to work alright. Of course, the distribution of the ash right now is not overloaded because the throughput has been reduced. I think the steel overpasses will look more era appropriate than concrete ones. I think I put the fuel consumption up a lot of all the new vehicles. I guess there's one way to check it. Last year, I mean, that's not a good indicator, I guess, because of the excess fuel imports for the storage. 630 tons vehicle fuel. I guess the vehicle fuel should be even across the years. 900 tons. 800, 600. At 900 tons, we need more than 3 imports per year. That would be 10 buses, good for 600 seconds, which is I guess what we can use. But this one is running to Polektinsk. We need the... wait. Why are you running here? Oh no, you're running to Bogodonsk. Polektinsk is the settlement. Yep, that makes sense. Then we assign the buses to this route and pick up the passengers over here and the students. And I guess the train station will not be necessary just yet. Kindergarten, kinda useful. Yeah, I guess the house here will not really happen. How are we going to set up a nice straight rail crossing? Somewhere here. I think I'm gonna build them some stairs here, just because. But yeah, I would like this to be like nice and straight. Even a little bit off center wouldn't really matter too much. Let's see, I'm looking at the source to make sure the footpath lines up with the blue icon for the footpath connection. Approximately. That seems good enough. Yep, pillar in the middle. That looks good. We can use that. Stairs to access the far platform. Yep. Not sure about... Do we also put one here? Go on then. Why not? Nobody would use the middle one? Well... But... roleplay. Someone has to walk there, right? I still have to walk there. Maybe this is a bit overkill. I think it looks cool, but... Oh wait, they have internal staircases, I think. This looks like they have a staircase already there. Okay, so we don't need that one. I'm good. I'm gonna build it with a single one. What? No, what? No. They have an internal one, they don't need it. Look, they have stairs here, here, and here. And even here. They're fine. You already planned it. It's fine. Just because we planned it doesn't mean we have to use it. I mean, I could put it back. It wasn't the most difficult thing to do. My god, game, come on. Hook it up properly. Sheesh. And later on we can have another rail line go in here. It's too late. It's too late. It's over. Thanks, Snaptool, yeah. Ruining everything. It does get a lot of things right though. Can't blame it for everything, but a lot of things. So yeah, the residential building would have the same orientation as the train tracks. We'll probably have higher density housing around here. And we need a large heat exchanger to get that populated. And have a large housing block with a grocer in the middle. Maybe even just a shopping center instead of a grocer. Yeah, that would work. Just build a shopping center in there, set it up like the one we have in the other city. Where it gets everything but electronics. Looks like waste separation looking a lot better. Slowly getting the worker amounts it needs. Running reduced iron exports until then. Now it's up to 750 seconds. I guess because there's snow. So we'll throw in another 4 buses. Hope that the line spacing doesn't get too bad. It's kind of fun trying to build everything up where it will work without any snowplows whatsoever. It takes a huge chunk of like busy work out of Siberia. I think we're gonna go with the EP10 here in the city. We can have a dedicated route from the from the warehouse to the shopping center for food to optimize that, which I guess means that the yak covered would be fine. Sure. I'm just buying more and more trucks again. which is probably going to increase the fuel consumption. 3 waste tracks, Yak 10. Yep, you were emptying out the waste storages, thank you for that. Maybe you could make yourself useful inside the vehicle depot that is handling the waste distribution, so we can modernize that. One water cistern, quite old, Roosevelt. You can also go away. KD50 bulldozer will stick around. The gas AA oil trailer was useful for handling the filling of the oil tank, for the fuel tank. I needed covered hull trucks. I'm gonna go get probably one Yak 10 should be fine. And that one will handle the food delivery from the local warehouse. We have a grocer here in the south, in the north, and one in the south. And the ideal route would be from this way, go to this stop first, unload, then go to this stop, unload, and then come back up here to the local shopping center where you can wait until unloaded. And that way you can run that route consistently, bringing food to the local food supplies. And it's the same thing we would set up here. Probably have a dedicated vehicle that just goes to the shopping center and waits until unloaded. The grocers are usually fine with distribution offices, but if that's not the case, then we could also run that, of course, with a assistant route, especially since the more modern ones, as in the ones that got published the latest, actually have 2 parking spaces, which makes them really convenient for such a setup, where you can deliver food by a dedicated truck and then meat on demand, or vice versa, whatever you prefer. Food is consumed more than meat though, so I think a dedicated food truck makes more sense. I'm gonna assign the construction officers from Bugodonsk to help deliver the bricks over here. Otherwise we'll have to wait for the distribution officers to put them into the open storage. How's the gravel looking? Looks like it only filled up by 50 tons, which is good. So the way it is set up should also work in case of demolition. Very nice. Not sure why it filled up with the internal materials, but it works. Am I missing anything else? Heating will have to run before they start moving in, ideally. Or when they move in. But probably because it's gonna be frickin' cold, we start getting that preheated. Warehouse will be up soon. We have to build the rail line to this place as soon as one or both of the tunnels are done. Probably both. It's still gonna take a long time, because we need more workers here. We can speed this up, we just need to throw more workers at the tunneling. Having the people live here, walk to the bus stop, and then if they don't get used, walk to the bus stop for the rail construction would be the right thing. temperature coming up. Yeah, that's good enough. That's not very straight. That one would be. Man, that's a lot of high density housing. It's very, like, it's not a lot of buildings right now, but it's very compact, it feels like. If we can keep that density up for the whole city, we might need a lot more heating plants. But for now, this should be fine. Let's finish one of the houses and have people move in. Ideally, the one with the higher education first, I guess. Yeah, with the footpath going through here. I guess we just have to rely on the road with footpath, with sidewalk. That way we can put another high density house in here. I need an access route here for maintenance access. Maybe this one's going to be built from this area instead, so they don't walk across here, then up the stairs, and then some weird way. Water substation, still missing. Then the water distribution would be a lot more reliable too. First house almost done. And almost ready to have people move into. HBS, how are you doing today? I don't know. I'm feeling better, but I wonder if as soon as I get off the medicine, if it's gonna get worse. So better, but uncertain. I'm on antibiotics. Nothing else. I'll be working tomorrow. It's only Tuesday and Wednesday as a working day. And we'll see how it develops. Oh, interesting. Huh. I want a button that just ignores all the snapping. That would be helpful. Oh my god, look at that. Beautiful. Didn't want the statue facing away from the footpath, the pedestrian overpass. I had the option of like having the footpath come through this section. I was wondering if there was enough room to have a footpath come underneath the stairs, and it worked. And it looks pretty good. The houses are ready. I wanted to wait for proper water deliveries, but they would build that up pretty quickly once they start living here. No one moves in? Okay. Big Lenin is watching. There will be several, yep. Is the fuel death spiral over? It's lingering. Fuel price is still very high. Not sure what it's going to do. But we dropped it down by quite a bit. And since we're exporting oil, we're also making more money with oil-based products than we're losing. 1.5 million rubles worth of fuel imported and 4 million rubles worth of oil exported. I would say that's okay. It's only 2 pump checks. And yeah, almost done with the rail construction from that end. Then it's just the tunnels. And we can shut off the rail construction office here too. I think it's time to move people in. Heating plant is struggling a bit. Okay, it's at 10 degrees. We gotta wait for the drinking water to make sure that the heating plant runs at a good enough efficiency with not too high of a pollution. Shouldn't take too long. But yeah, fuel death spiral I guess is over because we're exporting more oil than we're importing fuel and bitumen. And we're slowly paying back our loans. Back down to 4 loans. Maybe this Lenin facing the gap between the two houses is a bit weird. How are you doing, Lopo? Just looking at that crack, yes. My building is cracked, I know. This looks like it's taking a bit of a wrong angle. Slightly, ever so slightly. Not by a lot, but just ever so much. I think this is better. Showed you plenty yesterday, so I have to avoid the worst of the withdrawal. Okay. Glad to hear that, I guess. Mega Monkey's on the case and analyzing the evidence right now. I need some more road cranes, I think, in the utility construction office. Would be helpful. Most of them are probably in the construction of the train station. Mother pyramid scheme. Okay. Good luck with that. Hope you have a good time. Alright, let's drop people in. I guess we don't have anyone waiting yet to move in, so it would be a little bit of a mess as it starts populating. We'll give it some more time until our other city has repopulated to the point it should be. Not too thrilled, really tired. Might seek out some caffeine before the drive back. Well, don't drive tired. You know how it is. That's something you learned in driver's education. Okay, that makes it sound so dramatic. Very proud. Pure Eurobeat music on max volume. Well, it's Mother's Day after all, so go crazy. Hmm. Well, then you just have to counter with the argument, do you want me to crash for falling asleep? Like, just get really into it. No, don't do that. Have to set up water purification, which we can do next to the fire station. We can't? Okay. Well then nothing wrong is gonna happen, like you're gonna be fine, I guess. If you can't do that, then everything's gonna be fine. And here it was me being worried for no reason. Yep. You know it. Guess we'll build the pump first before the footpath. The water well, I mean. There might be a demand for up to 2, again. So we're going to plan for the second one, even if we don't need it just yet. Come on, game. There's enough room here. There we go. I think you're getting better. A few days ago, you wouldn't be indulging me like this. Probably, yeah. Either that or I'm in shock right now. Could be either, really. There's no point in going up that high. Don't think this connection will work because the water well kind of blocks pipes. And the other alternative of going out here and moving the water pump slightly to the left is also an option, but I kind of didn't want to do that for unknown reasons. This would be, of course, way easier. And I guess what we're going to do. Just moving it out a little bit further from the footpath. I'm thinking of setting up a fence here. I'm slowly getting my mindset into the idea of like being able to just set up fences. And I would even use a fence gate. Although this might be a tad silly. I guess so. That's fine. This is a wooden fence, so nothing high tech about it. Just a plank fence. Because looks are important, that's what we established. We are always building things that are super pretty. Keep reading my messages and you develop a headache, then we will know you're at peak physical health again. Can you treat those water pumps as 3 individual pumps, which preserve 5 bar for each pump? No. The water pumps, the large water pump can only handle like 150 cubic meters each of water. So a large water pipe's worth. At least that's what I'm using them for. So I'm combining up to 2 water wells into a large water pipe and then push that into the water purification plant so we can maybe have a water tower nearby. Morning, the addiction is real. 9 PM stream on a Sunday is crazy. 9 AM, yeah. It sure is. I could move the fence out a little bit further and put the water tower in as well. For the future. Have a water tower here that we pump into. via a pump on this side, just loop it around into the water tower and then use passive water pressure. But we can do that later. Which passenger train I will use? I have not considered passenger trains yet. Which ones I will use, so probably the ones I like the look of the most. For the train engine, probably the Prussian one. That one looked quite nice. And going through like a lot of different train engines to find the one that looks the best would be a bit expensive. I'm so glad the water pump became a lawyer. He passed the bar. That's terrible. Oil price dropping for several months. Well, I mean the heating plant is running. We have a bus route that picks up passengers if they start appearing here. 10 buses are good for 600 plus 240, so 700, 840. Should be good enough. I'll allow people to move in and I'll probably relocate some people over. Because with too few workers it wouldn't get started properly. So some highly educated people and people with a regular education have won the jackpot. There we go. Enjoy working and living in this area, I guess. Hopefully you don't have too many complaints. Kindergarten will be done soon. You can also go to the construction site and help build it. I'll send a road crane. I need a technical service. To handle the water distribution in the area. I'll leave myself room for a water tower, although that might not be enough. I mean, the water tower could also be on this side. I guess that would also be fine. I mean, if I set up a water tower, then I'm kind of planning on running the water through the city, and then the technical service wouldn't really be necessary anymore. Just have it on this side. We might also not use a water tower and just pump it by pipe, which would also be fine. A water tower would look cool though. I'm planning on water towers. It looks old school. And we can hook up the water tower in a dedicated area behind here. Also fenced in, with the water pump included. And since the water treatment plant only handles 120 cubic meters, a single large water pump will be sufficient to handle both. Is that room enough for the fence? No. It is not. Let's put the fence in place first. So we know how much space we have, approximately. I have to build it up here. Okay. Let's just use a single water tower. 2 might be a bit too much for how this will look. This will be better. Water tower up here. Make sure we don't get in the way of the fence too much. That'll do. And then a water pump. Which is too close. My 2 towers? Because each water tower can only provide like 100 cubic meters of water pressure, so I'm dividing the water pipe that it pumps into providing around 60 per water tower. Because 1 water tower isn't enough to fully pressurize a water pipe passively. And that way I'll spread out the supply of the city over 2. I don't know why there's an ambulance running already, but I'm sure it's fine. Health emergencies do occur randomly. I guess I'll do. Don't need to squeeze it in too narrowly to the water treatment, and we have a bit of space for some other things. Like, what if someone were to live in here? Wouldn't that be cool? Someone handling the water tower. What a silly idea. But probably era appropriate. The water treatment housing block, yeah. That's of course not going to have any highly educated people in there, and no one can move in yet. Unable to get food? Why not? Why is no one working here? Make sure the grocery store is staffed with workers, come on. Don't be dummies. Oh, they already built the fence on that side. Very good. That water pump up there outside the fenced area. So silly. Well, rail construction on the other side is done. And the question is, where is it easier to get workers for the rail construction? I think I'm going to shut down this rail construction and bring these two vehicles in. And then drive a bus to carry workers to the rail construction office all the time. Because we can have up to 70 workers in that one. I guess you can still work, but not on these tunnels. Right, there were more buses that I wanted to assign to the route for the citizens. Okay. I'm going to feed as many workers in the rail construction office as possible to try and increase the tunnel construction. And since we can have up to 70 here, I think it's going to be more efficient. They have a track build speed of 17 and 18. The modern vehicles had higher than that, but they don't have as many people. Oh no, they only have 10. Yeah, we should definitely use the other ones. For sure. We can use the rail construction vehicles on this side to keep building the other tracks. Keep building the train tracks over here. Hello Dante Barracuda. Welcome. And as soon as the tunneling phase is done, I guess at that point they could switch over. Wait, did I trick the game into using both construction offices? No. They have not sent the vehicles out yet. Go back. Now they're sending them. Same situation with the fuel again, not getting a warning message. I did put the truck back into storage, which I didn't want to. We need to have that one keep running, otherwise the problem is just gonna reappear where we run out of fuel. So you're not going to go to the road depot, you're just gonna run fuel storage to a gas station. And the gas station is already empty. So hopefully, I guess I could start using the emergency storage. Nah, it's okay, I think. It's probably still okay. Yep, now we're getting the message because I sent the truck out. What a bridge. Narrow gauge railroading. And we should have a decent amount of workers making their way to the rail construction office. So hopefully that'll go faster than the other one. One vehicle ran out of fuel. Not good. Next one ran out of fuel. There's the fuel. Go distribute it. I really should phase out the Rosobalts. Okay, they're not doing too bad. Of course they're gonna be quite unhappy, but they're not dying, so this is a success. we can keep populating this area until heating becomes an issue or pollution. Right now pollution is manageable. Maybe I'll run you at 2 workers and check the heat water tank. It's way too hot. They're doing way too well. But then again, it's not that cold outside anymore. But yeah, reduce the amount of workers inside the heating plant to 2 and we'll see how it works out during winter, next winter. What are you building? Ah, okay. Makes sense. More vehicles running out of fuel, although once we have a delivery of fuel to the gas station, like right now, they should realize that they can get fuel again. I'm gonna replace the Russo bulbs with better fuel delivery trucks. And also cheaper than the Russo bulbs, so go for it. Better fleet of tankers, same capacity, but much like 10 kilometers an hour faster, from 30 to 40. A third more speed. Now I can plan for the technical service that will handle the water distribution, because we made the room for the water tower. And shouldn't need more than that. I guess I should make sure the input actually connects. And we can run the output no problem. We'll use the free technical service with the water trucks just being reassigned to the setup. And I need a sewage discharge I'm not sure if that one will remain permanently or if you are going to get rid of it. Probably it will remain because nearby villages will have to have a setup that they can get rid of sewage from. And this would be a good setup. I also need to deal with the waste from the area. With a setup that piles them into a shared storage, and then we can get rid of it. The temporary fire station could be removed. I'll leave it as a safety measure. Water truck will go here for now, making room in the area. And the garbage trucks too. Now we have the technical services for those set up properly. And then the sewage discharge, I guess, could be somewhere here. And later on the sewage pipe would probably come along the main road, either close to the river or at the back here, and loop around to hook up into the sewage discharge as well. But for now we're going to run a truck-based setup, and that should be sufficient. Culture, pub, sports, electronics, all things that are true because of the low throughput of the bus route, I guess. But that will be solved in time. This road could also be upgraded to street lights. Oh my god, this isn't done yet. Well, pause it. We don't need it right now. Send the road cranes to go elsewhere. Good amount of gravel. Any construction can pick that up. Asphalt, concrete, gravel, all available locally. Other construction materials will depend on rail delivery fairly soon. We can use the existing train that is currently also handling exports of lumber to make that happen. Why is the other train not here yet? Are they getting blocked? You are getting blocked. Because there's no signals here, I guess, and that's a bit of an issue. There we go. Now both of them are building. Looks like we recovered pretty much. Once we go to 4,150, we're back to what we were previously. But the population count now should be high enough where the iron production should be kicking back into gear, hopefully. I might be sending too many workers to this bus stop, but I was really afraid of the pollution management not running through fast enough, and I guess that's still the case. They will fill out all of the work inside the city before sending anyone to the iron mine, so I guess the next 300 citizens will probably make their way up the cableway station. I could also send some buildings directly to the cableway station to make sure the area up there always functions. As long as there's people in the houses nearby, of course. That way, a few workers from here would always be available. No highly educated people in that house, please. I'm not sure why that one was enabled. Okay, that'll hopefully send enough. Make sure things are running smoothly up there. Some unemployment here. Shouldn't really happen. I mean, a little bit is fine, but the workers are going to the new area where they get unloaded at the bus stop, and then they either find a workplace or they walk to a different bus stop. So the issue must be with the bus route not having enough capacity, because the bus stops definitely have enough. Maybe some tree. I don't think I need a footpath there. Or just grass, I don't know. Kindergarten is in place. Unemployment due to taking care of children should not be a thing anymore. We will have to set up the heating plant soon. The small housing block of the city. It's nice to get the basic ball rolling, but to like keep developing the city, we have to set up a more permanent place for where our heating is coming from, which will be, I don't know. I thought on this side, below the oil well. I don't even know anymore where the closest oil well was. Also over here. This could be a train station for just oil export, basically. 2 oil wells, wait until fully loaded and then export. Lots of space for housing down here. Around the site where we currently have the power line that can be removed at some point. The amount we can borrow is higher than the amount of money we owe now. So now would have been the time when I would have started to actually build. If I were paying attention to my loans a little bit more. But we wouldn't have gotten anything done until then. Especially not with the fuel price exploding. Get a water and sewage in place, which will reduce the amount of times that these trucks will have to run by a considerable margin, distance-wise. And then later on we can hook up... okay, we also still need signals here. Later on we can hook up the proper sewage network. So this place was supposed to hold the coal ore processing from the coal mine by conveyor down for the processing plants, the train station to get rid of the construction waste, and maybe export coal. Could also bring coal by train to Gugodonsk first and then run the access to export. Would have to set up another train station. Doesn't have to be right in the city, but nearby. Unloading into an aggregate storage somewhere. That could, for example, be this place. Maybe a little bit closer. Make sure that the building is in range of a fire station. Looks like gravel has filled up. I think if we bring running water to the rail construction office again, we have to make sure that we have the sewage hooked up, because it's going to produce a lot of it. Good progress. Construction materials are low, because deliveries are struggling because of the rail construction office also taking almost all of them into its own building. We're out of money. Because I sent the train out to import fuel. And it might have not have enough money. No, it already did that apparently. Oh. Where is that train? There it is. Oh, you just stopped unloading because electricity went out. So I guess we'll have to send you back out to unload. Fuel price 2,500. Still very high, but manageable. Fertilizer price is a bit weird, but also not a problem. We're not using that. Directly to unloading, please. No need to import one more time. This will take a time. That's kind of why I was wondering if I should build the train track around this whole setup, because I think it would have been faster. Or we can still take our time setting everything up. I need chemicals. I'm probably going to copy the setup from the other warehouse over. So 10, 5, 5, 45, 5, 10, 10. And that's it. Nope. Forgot the plastic. There we go. That is set up correctly. We can't run the train delivery yet, and running a distribution to that warehouse would work. But I think it's just going to be easier to run a truck picking up chemicals from far away from this warehouse until we have the new one set up properly. I'll have to make sure not to forget about the route. But even food isn't being delivered here by rail yet, and we just have a distribution office sending it to the grocer. Alright, once the pump is up and the chemicals are here, it should spring to life. And then the pump into the water tower is just for future proving. It's not actually being used yet, but we can then run the water via passive water distribution throughout the city. It might also be possible that we can just run a single water tower and use both outputs. But I'm not sure. It should divide the water pressure between the two outputs at that point, I believe. We shouldn't pick up university students here. No university students, please. That house on the water purification plant plaza is going to be the best. I think it's going to hold 10 workers. Yep. Each city will have its own citizen goods train, and since we don't have any fabric unloading here, if we set this one to wait until unloaded for food, that should be okay. We might just run it regularly because the fuel consumption might be too high. So the fuel consumption might be higher than the other goods. We'll see. Construction materials first would be nice. Maybe I should run another bus route to bring more workers over. There's not that many workers piling up at the bus stop yet. Amount of highly educated workers are still trending upwards, so we have enough people running the universities, don't need to worry about that. With the new city, the demand for those workers is going to go up a bit. Why are you going to pick up sewage from the sewage tank here? As there's so much sewage in there that a small sewage pipe is not able to handle this. I guess we said it had 40 cubic meters of sewage, so apparently not. Yep, slowly filling. Ridiculous. Hello Hank. Hello Williken. It's not the citizens, it's just the rail construction office making 40 cubic meters of water into pool water. And that's not good. Could be better. You resemble that? You're a machine that turns water into pool water, I guess. Fuel storage, bitumen storage, hooked up to the unloading station. I'm considering running this footpath instead of this long footpath out here. I think that makes more sense. I mean, it'll become relevant once we set up the housing, and then there will be a footpath going between the houses to have access to this, to maintain it. Slightly longer path so they don't use it. That's probably about 90 degrees. Too close though. That should work. Then we can hook up the footpath here between the houses, and they will use this entrance instead because it's going to be more efficient. And the other one will be for maintenance vehicles to be able to maintain that pedestrian overpass entrance. That's all why we need this. Permanent access so this pedestrian entrance can keep functioning. Water pump is hooked up. Water supply now comes from here. Sewage goes in here, and the water supply is set up locally. So that will do nicely. We still need the vehicle repair station. Could set that up over here, next to the distribution offices, or in the construction sector, or next to the residential area, so it always has access to workers. I haven't really planned on bringing people up to this area, but with this connection they could just walk across the train tracks and work in a vehicle repair station over here. There was supposed to be at least one more distribution office in the area for citizen goods rural, if we get more villages. I need a repair station. That would reach some houses, but not that many. But there would be an inner city bus route between the train station and this bus stop, and that would carry enough workers to this location, I think. If only the area of effect was a little bit larger, than we could put a lot of these construction offices in its range, but that's not going to happen, which is fine. Build it here. Bring the repair station into a connection with that building, and then just hook up both roads and footpath on the other side, I guess. That'll handle the repairs for now. Everything is slightly crooked. And that way, a few houses will have access to the repair station to work in it. And I'm okay with that for now. This could be relocated at some point to a more appropriate space when we, I don't know, find a place for a nice amount of technical services, but yeah, they don't have to drive as far to the construction offices, which is the more important thing because this is the majority of vehicles. And to get to the distribution offices is also not that far away. Hello 33 Bull, welcome. So Daz, are you enjoying the new buildings? Yes, I'm enjoying them a lot. Sorry for missing your message for 10 minutes. I was in a planning trance. I really enjoy the look of them. That they're housing a lower amount of people per like building size, meaning that larger settlements make more sense. I really like that a lot. I will turn the barracks off so that they don't get any new population. Should they empty out, they will stay empty. And then maybe sometime next year we can see if there's still people left in here, and if there are, then we can relocate them and get this all demolished. This was a really helpful thing to set up the new settlement, I think. Yeah, I didn't see it, Mega Monkey. It happens. This is like the old school style planning where everything is like very sharp corners in the city for the rail. But I think it works. It still has that organic flow to it. The outside has like wide open corners, turns. And then you get into the city and everything is a little bit sharper. Especially the housing, like, I really like this, how this housing block turned out. I know it's only like 5 houses, but visually I find that quite appealing. Even if it's very close together, it looks like industrialization area London, what I would imagine it looked like. Usually I don't build that high density. Oh, I tried to get away from it. But with these houses it looks quite nice. Really wish I could get the old time streetlights, but we are in too modern of an era for that to still be available. Once the repair station is in place, the only thing missing is local waste handling. I still need to set up a distribution office and a waste dump. Container loading transfer point, so we can remove the waste with that in mind. It would go to the current iron mine setup, because that is our current waste handling point. I guess we could use the same distribution office for waste that we have over here. I just should set up the waste aggregation, so the small waste truck doesn't have to drive all the way over there. We just put it into a container loading station over here, and that's enough. I shouldn't name them dump. Waste container mixed. Should give them the appropriate name if it's a container station. And I don't think I have to specify waste either because we don't have any other containers. Container. Yeah, just container is fine. Container mixed city. It's a container stand for mixed waste from the city, wherever it is located. Then all mixed waste will go into the container stand. I need a distribution office to get it out of the area, but like we just said, we will use the one from Burgodonsk for the time being. That could be a problem, because it's quite far away for the initial trip. But for now it should be fine. Yeah. Turn the pump off, build the pipes so it doesn't generate sewage inside the rail construction office just yet. Are you going in here? Of course you are. Oh my god, this is slow. Oh, I need a tunnel boring machine so bad. They only did, like, were we at 12,000 or 13,000? I thought it was 13,000. But maybe, yeah, it should have been 13,000. Yep. They did like 700 workdays right now. It's all worker count, like, we just need more buses. One more bus. We can triple the speed by just bringing more workers to the area. I should force the people to walk to the rail construction office first. From these two buildings. No Alpine Railway. The rail construction around the whole mountain is still going to happen. I just thought that the tunnel would be faster, which it wasn't. You can pick up from that container stand, make sure it's empty, any type of waste that you can then also transfer into the appropriate metal or construction waste storages. In case we do more rail demolition. Still need technical service for waste handling in a proper place. Maybe down here. Doesn't have to be in the city. It could also be nearby, outside, leaving more room for residential development. I just like having it inside the city. But yeah, it's not necessary. Let workers walk onto the construction site for the train platform, but make sure we turn off people waiting there. It's not even going to be in range of the train platform, but there will be more housing down here. I'll need a steel truck to bring steel to the repair station. Probably a larger one, because the distance is going to be further. At least initially. I retract that statement. It's going to be fine having a smaller truck. Which size do I have here? It's definitely not going to be a Russo Bolt. So this one we're not going to do on the other repair station. But we know that a YAG would be enough. Not a YAG-10, that's too large, but a YAG. If I see it. Shouldn't we have one? Or is the YAG-10 the only open one we have? Oh no, there it is, it's colored. Right. It's going to be short route anyway, because we already have the steel here. And we will steal the steel from the rail construction office to make it work. Train station done. No one may wait here. There's no power. It doesn't require heating, which is good. Very nice building. Still have to upgrade the road to be for street lamps. Hopefully the building doesn't burn down during that time. Also have to pay attention to the heating plant because I reduced it to 2 workers now instead of 3. Heating shouldn't drop any lower than that of 15 degrees, otherwise it would be dangerous. I assigned more people to go to the rail construction office. How's the work count looking? That is looking good. Alright. Now the tunneling shouldn't hopefully take too long, but it will still take a while. I think it's ticking down 1 per second. That's a statement. 11,380 divided by 60. In 3 hours we'll be done. In 3 hours the tunnels should be done. Plenty of time for us to do more construction work here, I guess. 3 hours sounds like a lot. And it is. But it's also workers and resources, so it really isn't. I'm going to take another short break. It's been 3 hours since I took the last one. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Be right back. Alright. Short break is over. Good timing, I guess. Fuel is out. decided that we need to upgrade the roads leading to the resource storages. Because in case there's a fire, the fire trucks have to drive through here, and on gravel, it's gonna take a while. But on asphalt, even if it's snowed in, not as much. So we're gonna work on upgrading these roads. And that should make it safer. Let's take a look if there's a train we can get for scrapping. I would not pay attention to the date when they got released for scrapping purposes. That one is worth it, I think. Maybe I can add a few more train cars for fuel import. How many is that? Maybe 6. Distance is 75 meters. Two, 4, 6, 8 even. Okay. Each train car holds 17. I don't need that many more, but if I could put it back up to 300 tons of fuel per import, that would be nice. So 40 divided by 17. Basically 2 or 3 train cars would be sufficient. If we had 34, 34, it would be at 96. So I'll buy 2 more train cars. Citizen Goods Distribution Office would handle the distribution of resources to the repair station warehouse as soon as it's built. And the warehouse has been supplied, so nothing at the moment that it could do. But what we could do is have a free distribution office pull some resources from Bugodonsk for the time being. Gravel storage is full, and there is still room inside the rare construction office. Okay, so for gravel, this works well. I don't need the output from the rare construction office. It doesn't overfill the internal storage, but it does pull some gravel for itself into its storage. Other construction materials get pulled in a lot, way too much. I don't need bricks in here anymore, because the tunnel construction will happen by another rare construction office. Almost there. Could let more people move in. I'm not sure how our bus route is looking. Because they're not going through an end station, they have trouble refueling, which is to be expected. Another coal price crash for 20 days only. Usually those very short market fluctuations mean that the price is shifting by a lot of a relatively large amount. I should maybe also plan the settlement area up here. We don't have to wait with planning, but we have to wait with building it for sure. So the idea was to have housing along the train tracks with the stairs allowing them access to the train station. Not sure if that'll look good. It probably looks weird as a corner piece. So the idea now would be to have a single housing block here with a road connection through, and that would allow vehicles to travel through the area. And we would have a grocer, probably a small shopping center rather. I'm not sure if we could have a road from within the city just travel past here. We could if we don't abide by line snapping. That way we could leave the main road alone when the supply vehicles just drive through here. Could use the alternate road that just leads into this housing block. Why don't we do that? Basically a supply route leading around here for the supply trucks to make their way through. Nothing really for anyone else to go to normally. This would be the fast way to set up a corner, but I'm always like, in my mind I'm like, if a vehicle comes down this route and tries to see if there's an approaching vehicle from that corner, they just... It's not a safe corner that way, so I'm trying to set them up where... I guess that would be a modern sensibility, but this would be a way where they can check if there's another vehicle incoming more easily. And then we have a road connection into the housing block of the area, which is going to be quite sizable. Probably its own heat exchanger, one of the central heat exchangers here. And it also has to be aesthetically pleasing. This corner piece will probably move. I mean, we could keep it. I guess I could build it something like this and have like something else sticking outside here. Hello Barbados Black Belly. New settlements? The one from previously, yes. We're working on the unnamed settlement. I guess now that people are living here, I should give it a name. Sovskoy will be the name. We're building up Sovskoy. One housing block, then a connection to the second housing block should give us a lot of space for residential development here. They might have a small heating plant in the center that runs at like heating 1. I wanted to place the large heat exchanger in this area because I think this will be the largest population density of this whole development, I believe. But yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. Going for density. Yeah, the outer area I'm going for high density, but this is going to be like luxurious kind of deal. Like I'm going for Industrial Revolution era London look. I don't think I can achieve that quite in this area, but we'll see what we can do. We'll try. You can do it. We'll see. Might need to put housing directly next to factories for that. Maybe. We still have to abide by the sensibilities of the game though, so that might not be a possibility. How much heating capacity do these buildings need? 14 cubic meters, that's not that much. Road through a building? Cool. Yes, they added residential buildings that have roads through them, which is awesome. Here's the market hall. I wanted to show that one off as an alternative to the shopping center. You can place a market hall. I think that's if you're going really, really high population density, but for us that's too much, I think. But it is available. Not sure if that's enough distance. I don't know if the workers from over here will be able to go to the train station. That is the question, I guess. These ones should make it, I thought. Oh, they can't calculate it through this location because this doesn't calculate properly. How much is it from here? 139 meters, so we have 250 meters spare. And to get to that house it's only 89 meters, so it should be doable. Especially if we build the roads with footpaths again. Good enough. No new old secret police building. No, they're still the same. They still have that same look. Because they were already brick buildings. That looks quite wonky. I think that looks better. What a mess. Should allow a direct connection to a heating plant over here. We could run it already with like a different heating plant, but we still need the rail delivery of resources to happen before then. Definitely don't allow citizens to move in. I really wish this window was slightly larger. And then this one will be enclosed by housing. Probably another heat exchanger around here. And urban development potential all around. Small heating plant will stay, run at one worker probably. Get most of the heating throughout the year from This one. But yeah, I really, I don't know. It's so silly, but that house on the water plant is like, it's funny to me. This looks kind of cute. And yeah, the repair access for the pedestrian footpath here would go along the outside, so it's definitely a longer distance than normal somewhere here. We would have a fence run around this whole complex, I think. Make sure it's nice and fenced off. Not a mower, but a... could be a mower, I guess. I think a prefab fence... Oh, actually a brick fence, obviously. Has to be a brick fence. The fence would be a later addition. It's not important to set up right now. And even this footpath for maintenance wouldn't take that much work to build later. There's some fine Victorian brick-built water facilities, so it sort of works, yeah. In London? Ah, okay. I think the rail construction is all done. This is basically taking the excess workers now of the area. Kinda have to plan for how the heating plant is going to look like before we can put a lot of workers here. But we also need the industry. Before we actually have a demand for workers, that is. I could put a heat pumping station in, which would allow me to rework the source of the heat later. And we could run a heating plant already in a different location. Repair station. 10 workers. Distribution office for materials. Into the warehouse. And the steel deliveries by dedicated truck. We don't need to pick up anything from afar because we already have steel here. And we'll have steel there in the future as well. We'll wait until we have some repair materials, and then we can buy them some trucks to send out and repair other vehicles around. I think we can build this footpath already, not in its final form, but for the way to be already set up. Asphalt here. Distribution office for fluids, that will be connected later. Yeah, we will build this, I think. Let's make it a little bit shorter so we have more flexibility to rework that at a later time. But this footpath across we can already build. Back to the old pop. Yes, and slightly higher than that too. Also we have more housing now, so it makes sense. 2,300 at that point, probably very high population growth. We do have no 21-year-olds without their own flat yet. So there is more population growth coming. People in here are now decent enough happiness-wise. I don't have a police station here yet. That is still open. There's our garbage dump. I don't think I need that yet. I should be fine. The most waste being hauled is industrial waste from the gravel processing, and that goes through containers directly into a large truck to be hauled away. So I think we're okay. One workday each. Excellent. Less than 10,000 workdays on the tunneling. Lots of workers on it now. Could be a few more. How about that extra bus now that we have workers again? Yes, another bus. to the rail construction office. Now that we have like part of the high density housing over here planned, this is like, it still has to be filled out with waste storages and monuments and the like. Maybe I should research large monuments. And it's like about half. We still need to run more housing on the outside here. They all have to go through the train station, which seems like it should be okay. In an emergency, we can have an underground footpath access to let them walk like straight across and into the main building from there. Make a mini Kremlin. I'm not going to wall them in with the Kremlin walls. There's not enough space to hook them up and footpaths to. No. Berlin. I'm also not really planning any small heating plant here, which could be a problem. I might have to set up a small heating plant nearby that always runs at one worker. Could probably set it up next to the hospital. It should be on the outside. Maybe a footpath out this way and have the small heating plant in this area. Raised pedestrian path over the tracks, yes. We have that in spades. Well, we have one right now. Looks like vehicle repair is set up to work. Needs some fabric. I don't think this is going to create like a metal scrap. The repair station shouldn't use that. Seems like heating is sufficient. I did not check it very much during winter, but it's definitely sufficient for this small of an area. Pigeons will appreciate the linnets for perching and other activities. Pigeons and other activities sounds dangerous. They might be trying to overthrow the government. Again, how much fuel consumption do we have now? What the hell? All those construction vehicles. Do I just have to let the train run on its own or something? Oh, I forgot to add the other train cars to the train. I can do that after if I remember. Dangerous if you stand under them. Definitely. What's the fuel trading at now? Good question. Still 3,000 rubles. Did we already import? Must be careful not to run out of money. Yes, we did. Less than 1 million for train load, although that's gonna go up once I add the 2 more train cars. Yes, 600k, because I just imported 1 million worth of fuel. It's fine. It's gonna be better this month, I promise. We're importing... This year well, let's check last year. 1.8 million worth of fuel imported, plus 160k, so around 2.1 million. But we exported 3.6 million, so a 1.5 million profit. But we can still consume more fuel over. I really want to build out this small housing area more. But right now they don't have anything to do. Food is starting to get expensive. That's just the inflation, I think. There's a slight increase in US dollar price too. I mean, we could set up a grain storage in the food factory and distillery sooner rather than later. And we could also run a cableway station across the... I don't know if we can run one across the lake, but go from here to here and have the food factory and distillery in that setup. Bring grain to it by train, workers by cable car, Local waste incinerator will deal with anything food production related because it's just organics, they all incinerate. Siberian outdoor pool would be kind of funny. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. I mean, it would be funny if the health benefit is increased because ice bathing and stuff like that. There will be a large cultural area of certain facilities around the train station because this is where most people will congregate. A beach. A beach, a beach, a beach. Works at 20 degrees and above. So for like 5 days we can run the beach. Just leave the new buildings empty until there's something to do. Well, it also costs maintenance and the wear and tear and the fire chances there, so I'm a little bit concerned just because of that. 9,000 work days, looking good. But yeah, maybe you're right, maybe we should just get the workers. Is there unemployment here already? No, that's in the other city. I don't want to make another pedestrian crossing. If I can help it. A pedestrian crossing over here would be okay. You've got fire cover. I know. It's just the more houses you have, the higher the chance. balconies facing towards the road. Because that's where the green space is. I understand there are priorities like the beach. No beach. We're not doing that here. More buildings later on can extend out that way. More housing. And the potential to connect more houses for more development, of course. Lots of room in the kindergarten still. This is low medium density, so it's not going to add up that quickly, but we also have space for more kindergartens in this area too, if we need it. I really want to get rid of this power line. I wanted to wait until we had access to another transformer, but it's probably not going to happen in a while. So I might just bring the power line away from the area again, so I can build here instead. That way it should be out of the way until we need to change it again. Single train my weight in here. Only one train at a time. This whole purple section is a single block. Trains will organize themselves through it on their own. Although we might be able to skip this one. Because we know that there's only rail construction vehicles and the single train bringing construction equipment through here. But if I start placing signals, then the trains are just going to get confused, I think. So we'll skip on that. I might build the shopping hall thing over here. The market hall. Internal storage, 25 tons of food distributed between clothing and electronics as well, of course, but that's pretty large capacity. And 2 tons of meat, which is nice. So even if we bring like citizens here by train from other villages that are further away, or even cities, they could just drop off into the market hall instead. So I guess this is the unloading station for buses. No painted... Oh no, there are painted bus stops. They're just very, very faint. I like that, sort of. You have to find it first and then you know that it's there. 4 parking spaces here. The power line should have been built pretty quickly, if it isn't already. Okay, the electronic component delivery, of course, will have to come from the other city. Unless we switch our vehicles to take electronic components from here. Then construction of that would go pretty fast, but we might create some shortages on the repair station. I could build more train track, but I'm uncertain if I should, because I don't know what it would look like here. If we are planning on having a cableway station bring workers from Sovskoy, then there would be a grain silo here, single train line for grain imports and our food production, which is probably far away enough to not cause any problems. I did start exporting lumber again. I should check the tree replanting. Yeah, I should check the tree replanting. Because why not? What is the wood price doing? Boards at 32 rubles. Wood at 19. That's really good. Oh, like, compared to what we had previously, this is very nice. So the import could come in by left-hand turn here, if we allow that. And then park in a grain silo. An old blocky one. Oil is only 20% worth of the highest at the save. Yeah, oil is like very cheap now, at only 2000 or whatever it was. It's still worth exporting, I think, but it's not the profit machine it was once. And now it works with the removal of trees, okay. Neat. So the rail line would run along the lake. At some point there would be a junction here, a switch, to allow the train line to go left through the mountain pass. And really I wanted the train line to loop around, but I'm not sure if that is necessary. We could just make it a dead end. But if there's a loop here, it would also allow trains to always go to this place to loop around and head back where they actually wanted to go to. Oh, game did not like that. Not sure why, but was not happy with that. I vote for planning the loop, but not building it yet. We can plan so much stuff. But yeah, the loop will be in there. 2-lane loop. We lost 5 minutes. It crashed on autosave, it feels like. Thankfully I didn't do too much, I guess. Did I do anything in the last 5 minutes that was very important? I don't think so. Where will it spit us out on? At least that is still going. Did the tree replanting count? No. I have to plant trees. Let me know when the tunnel with the longer construction time is done. This one. Then we can probably assemble the train and make it work. And then the loop would come back around here. Go past the housing. Maybe through a tunnel. We could run it through a tunnel over the pump under the pump jack and bring it back that way. This rail line would have to go, I think, straight through the mountain with another tunnel. That requires a lot of workers at that point. Coming out here, a little bit of train track, another tunnel through this piece of mountain, and then right-hand turn onwards to new areas. With the ability to turn left here, across, for a wide open plain. Inner area of Siberia, with this being a source of a lot of oil, if we want to go for that at some point. Now the power line is done, we can demolish the other one. Storage capacity of 4,800. That's what we had in our distribution office last time. So that will work nicely. Plenty of factory connections. The one leading towards the train station will, train line will not be utilized. Oil drop. Can't change that. Grain import train will be 450 meter long for sure. Coming from the border, because we're not going to do any farming whatsoever. This station is 120 meters, so if we make the trek 300 meters, 350 meters, we should be good. So another 330 meters after that. And then later on, if we really want to, we can also bring it out this side, but that shouldn't be necessary. Because this will be a loop. So this should be able to hold a full-length train in here easily. And we can have our grain delivery through the area and bring the workers in by cableway station. From a cableway station maybe somewhere next to these houses. Out this way, across the narrow bridge here. Unloading into food factory and distillery. And maybe even a livestock farm. If I want to have the ability to bring the train out the other direction, I should be careful right now, but like I said, I don't think this matters. They can go out here, and if they really want to go the other direction, there will be the ability to loop around. Strange. Yes. These are one-way road connections, so both of the roads will have to be connected. If I want to have a livestock farm for meat production as well, that would probably be on the outside. And then the distillery in the center. We could have another grain silo instead. Because this would already produce some pollution. Food factory and distillery, and I think this would only produce for domestic demand. I don't really want to start exporting this. But we should have enough storage capacity to make sure that we can hold a lot of food. Because that would be quite handy. And it kind of needs to be on the rail network as well. So the food factory has a lot of transportation need, but the distillery and the meat not as much. So the food factory could store its resources directly in here with an export train line potentially facing the other side of the track, so trains could come in the other direction, load full of food, and whatever else we store in this warehouse and leave. Meat distribution would be handled by trucks. I think we can run meat distribution to settlements by truck, and we don't have to run full train loads. So they will be able to pick up alcohol and food from here. And then this one they will require the loop to pick it up. So they have to go past the train station, loop around, pick up the food and then go back. There's no plan for a run through here, because I don't want to deal with the signaling. It will require its own water production. So chemicals will have to be brought in from the warehouse of the city to the local area, but it will run its own water purification plant. Single truck, waiting until loaded, always running the delivery to the warehouse, waiting until unloaded, which will occupy one space. Shouldn't be a problem. Okay, that food factory is wider than I thought it would be, but that's okay. I could attach another grain silo to the first one, but that makes sense mainly for the food factory, where we can push the grain from the unloading station into a second silo, which will only be used by the food factory and distillery, and then meat production would have second priority. But I think we'll be fine with a single silo. And if not, then we can always extend later on by reworking the setup. But yeah, we could have a meat production here. Wouldn't be too much extra. Only problem with this thing is that it will draw more water the more livestock we leave alive. So if we don't export, it will just consume water constantly. But the internal storage for the livestock farm is only 26 tons of livestock, so should be okay. It'll need its own fire station, of course. And a single waste incinerator. This facility will get a waste incinerator with like a local technical service, and will deal with its own waste. There will be no excess waste generated, and we don't have to worry about something getting into the system not being incineratable. And thus the waste from the area should be clean. Okay, that was maybe a bit much, but I wanted to try. Looks like we're too close to the factory. This road is more important, because that one actually goes close to a building and can run into space issues still, apparently. That is double the gap now. Sufficient. And now the meat production. Plus a slaughterhouse. I think it looks nice when the road is smooth rather than when the factory connection is smooth, so I'm paying attention mostly to Making sure that the road looks nice. And the factory connection is whatever. We need a slaughterhouse. Maybe a refrigerated storage for storing a lot of meat here. Would make sense. Like, this might look a bit awkward, but I think a pretty road connection looks better. Cableway station, past the industry, unloading somewhere out here with a footpath tunnel, or like if I move this further away we could also go across the factory connection and bring the workers to this area. I don't think the cableway station will be the problem to bring workers to the factories, because this is not that far away. 250 meters and less. Yeah, let's leave a gap for people to walk over a steel bridge, pedestrian bridge. And then the meat storage, small one, because that's what we have available. Accessible to a distribution office in the area. Some other infrastructure in the way, because you don't like the road connection, I guess. There we go. Distribution office will have to pick up meat from here. So this would be our meat production that distributes meat throughout the Republic. A small distribution office should be able to handle that unless we grow a lot larger. And by then we can have a medium-sized distribution office or two small ones handling the Republic. It would not struggle with the assignment tasks at all. I'm not sure why I hooked up to this road. It's not supposed to go anywhere. There we go. So now the road could go somewhere, which is along here, hooking up into our unplanned road to bring everything together. We still need the local incinerator that will deal with all of the waste. And distribution offices and technical services, but that can happen, no problem. And the cableway station. Main thing is that the factories are set up in a way. And this is something for our population to do until we get the coal mine set up. And our rail construction. I think I'm okay with the rail construction starting to work on this. Because the ones on this side currently don't have anything else to do. I can build that up to this point. Food pickup will depend on the loop to be completed, but for like local food supply by truck, instead of going to the customs house, Bugodons could just... well, I guess it's all train based, so the loop would make sense. But we have to finish it first. Road construction. Probably just past all these buildings here. And then technical service and incinerator could be on the other side. I should make sure that the cableway station does work. That's kinda important. Only needs the footpath to be connected. But one side has to have a road connection. And it's probably the one on the industry side that is the easier one to hook up to a road. Doesn't like the train tracks apparently. Have to see if we can make that not care about it too much. So definitely the tallest tower here is barely enough to make it across. Okay. That will work then. If not, we could have just narrowed the gap between the lake, but yes. I will do that. Make it easier to hook up the road. We need a road to build and maintain that tower. Unless we had helicopters, which we don't. And there, from here we can go in and set a cableway station, probably somewhere on this side. But what is the issue with you? Two tall ones would work? Okay. Well, again, I guess that's... I'm gonna have a slower ascent, but not the lowest one. And run a cableway across the train tracks that way. Road connection will work across the train tracks here by gravel road, and also allow us to send vehicles to the cableway station. But the main purpose of this is that we will have a footpath access out the left side of the cableway station, giving us hopefully enough room so that we can bring the people over in between the two buildings. Doesn't have to happen for the slaughterhouse, I don't think. But everything else kind of does. So this looks pretty good. We'll bring it back to on this point, and then move the stairs on this side one more time, where it will hopefully get a connection. There we go. Was just too long for the auto connector to check, I guess. But that would work. We can't check right now, unless I turn these into dirt roads, I guess. Could do that. But like I said, this is 200 meters and it should be easily reachable. With 300 meters, it would have been a little bit more dangerous because of the property of walking distances. But this does not look too bad. Ah, okay, there's already a building here. Never mind. The building is larger than it looks. Not as elegant as the iron mine, because we don't have the nice smooth connections between the conveyors with the conveyor engines, but I still think it's gonna work plenty fine. Still missing the incinerator. Like I said, technical service, distribution office for meat, distribution office for... I guess we could bring the food and the meat and the alcohol directly into Soveskoy. But it should be a train in the end. Because it will go and pick up the other resources too. Those that we don't have yet. Mechanical components and the like. I think I'll leave it more room. We'll bring the road in around as far away as possible and give it room for the technical service and other equipment that it still needs. I'm not going to surround it in a fence. You like it? Nice. Fire station is necessary. No bus stop though. We shouldn't need that because we have a cableway station feeding in workers. Fire station we can drop in on the corner here. There's enough space for it. Is there anything else? Incinerator, technical service. And the ash dumps to get rid of the ash waste. But that could be on this side. For vehicles should hopefully be plenty. And a distribution office to pick up the waste and bring it to the ash. Definitely 5 vehicles are going to be enough. Maybe we'll just drop it in here. Bring an asphalt road around, so the cableway station is also protected from fire. I'm not sure if it can burn down. I believe it acts like bus stops, and I don't think bus stops can catch fire, because that would be quite disastrous. Guess we'll flip this one around again. Would that work? Only if I hit the snapping point properly, or give it more space to have more leeway. It would be our technical service to pick up the waste from each building. I won't separate out biological waste. We're not planning to export it. We're not planning to do any farming with it. It's just going to be incinerated right away, I think. Let's say 18 rubles. It could go crazy at some point, but yeah, no plan for that. Just incinerate it. So this building will pick up from each production facility stored inside here. I need a waste storage so the citizens inside the fire station also get managed. Otherwise they will drop waste in their storage, and I'm not planning to have small waste trucks inside the technical service. This will also allow me to apparently collect every factory other than the meat one from a single waste dump, so they don't have to drive that far except for one building, and even that one's going to be pretty close. Money should be enough. We paid less than $1 million last time. Fuel prices are back to 3.5k. It's going to be a bit more expensive. I think that road will be okay. And we should set up the cableway station first, so that workers can go over to the fire station. Keep everything protected. Asking for too much. Oh, that should be fine. Never mind. That will be fine because we're going to go into the incinerator and then hook up the other road with a T-junction. If we can connect it the way we want to, of course. That depends on if the game will let us. If not, we'll just move the incinerator down a little bit. I'll do that right away. It makes more sense with the road connections to just give a little bit of way here. That way, that looks better. Cableway station first, path to the fire station. Pedestrian footpath leading to the fire station. Still have to hook up the pedestrian entrance here. Currently it's trying to do what? It's going along the road, which is why it thinks it takes 374 meters to get to the distillery. Once the footpath bridge is in place, this will be a lot more efficient. Last building that I can think of right now is the distribution office. To get rid of the mixed waste from the after incineration from the incinerator. And put it in a bunch of waste dumps, probably like maybe 3. It shouldn't require that many. Yeah, just hook them up to the road, I guess. Might as well. And if we need more, well, we'll add more. And that should produce no pollution, no waste, I mean. Still have to hook up, oh yeah, the thing I still need is the water production. We need a water well with enough water to produce for a food factory, 7.5, distillery, 13, so 20.5, and a livestock farm, another 12, so 32.5. So a single water well will make enough drinking water for this area. Now we don't have to worry about that. We can set up that production on this end once everything else has been built. Just let the road construction do its thing and build like the road around the majority of buildings. Less than 7,000 workdays now. Still requiring more bricks here. Deliveries are a bit slow. What's your mixed waste assignment? You have no mixed waste assignment. Interesting. Oh yeah, because we moved the incinerator. It makes sense. Run it through the incinerator once. Okay. Then the entrance cableway station, which will need the other residential area to be functioning. I mean, we could bring a temporary footpath across, I think, to let them walk to a cable station, if we want that. We do not need a road entrance here, so we can just go into a footpath only, and that would be sufficient. What is the distance? $260, so should be at 130 around here. Bit sharp of an exit, but should be okay. Road connection is the other issue. Yeah, that's okay, that'll work. That would run the cableway car out the city. To the food factory. And to get workers to go there, we would have to build all of these footpaths through the urban area to hook up the cableway station. Then I believe this will already be accessible to a bunch of these houses. Yes. Not all of them, but if they can go to the train station, they can also go to the cableway station. We really need the construction material deliveries here to happen soon. I need an open hull construction office. I don't have that one yet either. Could be over on that side. A small one with a few extra vehicles. That way we have lots of construction material transportation capacity if we need it. CO open hull. Hello, why not? Welcome. I could make it pick up construction materials already from the other settlement, which would make sense. We'll try and finish this one ASAP, and then we have 6 extra trucks that can bring in construction materials. You're learning a lot from Lucky Stream? Nice. Glad to hear that. Like, farming is not a good idea. It's very labor and maintenance intensive. Takes a lot of setup and takes up a lot of space. It always depends on the market price, yeah. We're doing a food factory, distillery and meat production setup that will run on imported crops, because we're in Siberia and I don't want to farm here because it's terrible. Other than that, we're building a high density city, or at least trying to, with whatever we learned before. So it's gonna be pretty dense city-wise. Although this area up here should be a lot more spacious, but also the buildings are more dense. I think the population density will be about even between this area and whatever we're building down here. But yeah, glad you're learning a lot. Lucky Leader is a good streamer. Why is the rail construction vehicle? Oh, yeah, they're not building from this side. Never mind, I was like, why are they back? The tunnels aren't done yet. We're approaching the halfway point of the tunnel construction. Four people starving, no idea where. Did the other houses empty out? Can we get rid of these? Not yet. Okay. I guess we could build a fence around this too. Would look very strange though. Still need electricity, water and sewage hooked up. Like I said, the water purification setup will be built once the other roads are done. And we have to hook up a single water tank and sewage discharge with pipes, because a truck will not be able to keep up with this. And I'm not going to make it do that. Once we start getting like the construction materials delivered to the area, everything will go a lot better, a lot faster. But yeah, hopefully if I set up another construction office, it will accelerate it even more, like just let them drive by road, I guess. We can pay the fuel cost, we have that luxury now. If you're farming on a map like the desert, it's also not so great, but it's better because there's no winter, and farming on the Asian map is really strong. But farming requires a lot of infrastructure, because crops take up a lot of weight and space before they're compressed into like a cereal bar. So lots of transportation necessary until they get refined. Probably set up a gas station nearby too, so I don't have to bring fuel to individual buildings. It's only the technical service and the distribution office, but still. The distribution office can get a fuel truck and bring its own fuel to the area. Crops are so OP, man. Put a seed in the ground and get a plant for free. After waiting like a year, yes. Half a year. And if you want to do it again the next year, you have to prepare. Otherwise it's gonna take a while until the ground is fertile enough. Technically you don't need a lot of investment. I could plop a field down here right now and the people would just walk onto the field and plant the crops and then harvest them. And the only thing I would need is a truck to bring them out of the field. Which you could do with a distribution office that already exists. I could do some farming. It would be very terrible efficiency, but I could do farming right now. With no additional building or vehicle. No third without a farm though. Well, the natural fertility, it still takes up to 100, slowly. And if you have enough fields, then you can do the old school crop rotation where it's just like, we have so many fields that some of them are ready and some of them are not. Why waste the workers? It's called workers and resources. We've been wasting resources a lot. Let me waste some workers once in a while. It's been another 2 hours. I'm going to take a 5-minute break, stretch my legs, and yeah, I'll be right back. No, Simon, the break will have to happen. We will have to endure 5 minutes around. Be right back. Alright, short break is over. Simon, I hope you're still here. Hope that wasn't too long for you to leave. If not, that's fine. Way too long. Understandable. We're still doing well with the vibe-based planning. Everything seems to be working all right. Hopefully no fire while we upgrade those short road sections, but if it burns down, there's nothing in here. Slightly addicted to workers and resources, yeah. I can sympathize. Okay, you will pick up construction materials currently from the storage on the other settlement because it gets supplied by train and we don't have that luxury yet. And we'll buy the most expensive vehicle, which is an old vehicle. There are options available that are better, like the Skoda is cheaper, has more carry capacity, can go faster. but we're not using vehicles after 1960. The only exception for that might be the tunnel boring machine. I'm not sure yet. T138. Yeah, that one also exists. But it gets close to 1960. We don't need a vehicle that goes faster than 40 kilometers an hour, really. Which is, we're not using any snowplows. This one is on the cusp at 1959. Almost as much carry capacity, half the price. I think we'll be okay. It's alright. Looks like the road upgrades have finished successfully. No fire. It's amazing that Lucky Leader is also still streaming. Any metro to scrap? Maybe. We just want to see a metro roll around the landscape. Nothing. This one, I guess. 23,000 for 42 tons. I'll get that one. Always a dump kran to scrap. But no metro. Trucks have arrived. There'll be a lot more construction materials coming in now. I think we're going to plan for some pedestrian tunnels. I'm not going to use the metro tunnels, even though they're easier to set up. Pedestrian tunnels will be fine. That will get us there with 373 meters. That's not that great. I need them to be able to get into the train station, so I guess we need another footpath exit over on this side. Hello Yoshi, thank you very much for the follow, and welcome to the stream. Need to be a little bit more efficient with those footpaths. We can have them... can we have one here? That would be nice. Seems like the answer to that is yes, but can we put the footpath back after that? Probably. So, sharp footpath, tunnel out this way, smooth corner, and then this one. Similar setup. How would you fare? Much better. 274 meters to the shopping center. So if they go to the shopping center and can't find anything, that they can then walk to the train station, and from there they should reach everything. It's finally gotten cold enough in Sydney that I have to put a shirt on. What, did the police tell you to put a shirt on, or what do you mean it has gotten cold enough? Excuse me, sir. You will have to put a shirt on, please. Second option, okay. Alright then. I'm gonna try and set up this road with a snapping point right in front of the footpath. So this looks nicer. This road needs to be rolled. It's getting a roller. I need my road construction office. Things are being a little bit slow. Set up the roadworks construction office. Nothing else is currently planned here, but could extend this out further in the future. And then we can bring the road construction equipment back to its own construction offices, so the open haul trucks don't get used for bringing construction materials to construction sites and then not bring a roller to road construction. I am thinking of putting a fence in here, but maybe a fence gate to start it, so we can still put a fence up later. So what temperature do you have, Mega Monkey? Like sub 10 degrees or what's cold? What are we talking about? When we're talking about cold temperature. According to the thermometer, my apartment is 19 degrees. Okay. I would not put a shirt with that temperature yet. I function until like 16 degrees. At 15 I usually put something on. Something like, yeah. Something warming, like a shirt. No, not really. Something really warm, like a sweater, I mean. 13 degrees, that sounds nice. Feels like 12. I had the window open all evening. Have you considered closing the window? Just put on a polo shirt. Okay. Fresh air is nice. I believe it. Thinking of moving the water production over on this side. Doesn't have to be right next to the cableway station. It would not hurt, but doesn't have to be. And this would work better with like the existence of fences, I guess. Sewage switch, so we can hook up all the sewage pipes that we need. A medium sewage pipe should be enough, even a small one would be. So we'll go for a medium. Don't really need a switch, but I think it feels more natural than trying to hook up the switches individually to the piping here. And then a single tank should be able to cover everything. Water as well. I'll build a medium pipe. And we have the option to extend this, should we need to. Looks like the road is done. I can start building out the gravel road to the cableway station here. The one in the city is making progress. The path construction towards the other cableway station is taking the longest time because it's all small sections, but we're not in a hurry. Did you decide to do a nuclear power plant, no oil run in Siberia yet? Mega? Yeah, Mega, did you do that? When is that going to happen? I think Mega is doing that on the achievement run, but I'm not sure if that is still going. It'll happen when everyone else stops all these cool streams to watch. Oh, so... Streamer blaming, wap wap. And a water well. Single one should be enough. Quasi low-tech challenge, what's that? Can't be bothered to keep track of research points, so I'm just going to research as little as possible. Ah, okay. That is fair. It's not in the spirit of low tech, but whatever. Alright, I guess that's the fence on this side. Just ending here. This fence would have to continue once the dirt roads are gone, which is not gonna happen for a while. Hello, Lucky Leader. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, everyone. How was your Workers and Resources stream today? Are you still addicted? And welcome Raiders, I'm the Sprite Shirt. We're also streaming Workers and Resources. We are building city number 2 after being delayed for a very long time due to lack of cheap fuel prices. Our fuel was going crazy and it's heading back that way, so we'll see. Someday profit will come. Ah, yeah. Like I was saying, we're also playing Workers and Resources. We're setting up settlement number 2. I'm going to go with a Victorian era slash British industrialization city look. It's going to be quite high density, and then we will have a lot of housing on that side, but for that one I need more heating. The heating plant right now is very close to the people living here. Definitely in walking distance, and they're not doing too healthy, it looks like. Temperature too low, 10 degrees, they need another worker in there. Almost profit. They set up a construction sector which is working on building a food factory set up for us. That is going to be hooked up by rail. And there's 2 regular rail construction vehicles here for almost 2, maybe 3 years, building train tracks through a mountain. So we can run a train to the new settlement and deliver construction materials and citizen goods to the area. Almost profit. What are you doing? Farming? I heard you were doing farming. I heard you spoke highly of farming as an early industry. Down to 3 loans. Farming. I did buy farm stuff. Combines from NATO took a while. Yeah. Were they large enough? Did they mow the side of your road plenty? I saw them once and they took up 2 lanes of space basically. It was hilarious. When they park side by side, they combine. That's a terrible pun. That's a terrible pun. Oh no, Lucky Leader starting with the people emotes. Everyone get down. We're gonna bring the workers for these factories by cableway from the residential area because I feel like it. Over the water. Barely works. Just enough space. The only thing missing is electricity. Then everything has been planned out enough. And I guess I can draw a wire from the switch over at the industrial area or give it its own high voltage transformer. But I don't think that's necessary. I think a single wire, highest underground voltage wire should be sufficient. We could also go above ground because we are in 1965, but I've said that we're not going to get any vehicle after 1960 with maybe the exception of the tunnel boring machine. But I want to stay in the old era. I want to build with these buildings only. We're not going to modernize. These are like one of the more modern buses that we have. The ZIS 155. And that thing is from 1947. It has so much carry capacity. It's very good. To give a brief overview of our Republic, we started in Nakorov, Customs, and built up Kugoshny, which was our initial small settlement that provided construction workers for the Republic. And it was really effective at that. It has grown with new houses right next to heating plants, which are doing fine. 74 years of life expectancy, absolutely okay. In the middle of winter, so maybe these low quality rural flats are really good for like keeping people healthy right next to heating plants. Something to consider in the future. And I've been trying to make that work in like other settlements, but it seems like most of the houses do not like it that much. For some reason this settlement is the least affected, and I'm not sure why. We also started with rail construction in the area, but the rail construction office has since been removed. And continued building to our first settlement, which has been 3 kilometers away from the customs. This was the first large city, which is running a double clothing factory setup. But the main thing it runs is the iron mine up here with 4 iron processing plants. Right now it has a little bit low worker capacity because I'm dumping almost everyone into the rail construction office because I want to get those tunnels done. Third settlement, very late, was Turmalsneu, because we wanted to develop towards our second city space, so the settlement worked quite well at that. And yeah, we set up some barracks here as we started building the settlement, and then brought the extra workers over. I'm not letting anyone else move in, but they've been living happily here enough. They have food and meat. And for the rest of the demands, they travel over to the first city, Burodonsk. And yeah, now we're building the second city. We were severely delayed by our fuel prices until we started developing the second village even. Fuel costs have been developing erratically at around 1947. 46, 47, and they shot up to over 10,000 rubles per ton of fuel, which is not sustainable if you're running any form of vehicle transportation that runs on fuel. At which point we started exporting oil, which made about 5,000 rubles per ton, and was quite sufficient at quelling the oil price cost, and in return the fuel price, to where it is now lingering at around 3,500, which is still quite high, but we have an oil export by truck and by train. We have an oil well that we found behind the second city settlement with a lot of efficiency, and one behind the iron mine, marked oil well back there. which was the first one we hooked up. And there's trucks running, and they bring the oil past the iron mine to a lonely storage tank where our citizen goods train, once it has imported all the citizen goods we need, it will pick up the oil and bring it to the border. So these trucks don't have to run as far. But since that oil well already keeps the train busy enough with over 50% capacity used, the other oil well after behind Sovskoy is basically just running a truck route all the way to the customs house. And we're making 8,700 rubles per ton of fuel, per truckload of fuel. It's making quite good money. When they park side by side, they combine. Oh. Did you come up with that, or did someone in chat come up with that? That's horrible. That's a very good dad joke. Since this is Siberia, we'll not be farming in any amount, but we'll be importing crops and maybe exporting food products just to keep the price down. I wasn't planning on it though, but we could in theory run the train back with whatever we have produced, unload it at the train stations for the cities to fill them up with food and alcohol, and meat goes by truck anyway. I'm not going to load meat onto the trains, because the refrigerated wagons are not available until kinda late. Refrigerated wagons are a late tech. 1959, so I'm gonna refuse using these. There's no early start refrigerated wagon. No train-based refrigerated wagon, I should say. And yeah, second city. Trying to set it up in a different manner than Bugodonsk, where we were kinda all over the place, not terraforming much. I started terraforming some. There's still a train station for passenger trains to be built here, eventually, that can hook up to the rail network. But the area for the second city was all flat. I did not do much terraforming other than the edges here, and a little bit on the lake to get the second cableway pole from to be placed. But yeah, this area was pre-flattened and quite nice to work with so far. So I've been gotten carried away with like fancy planning a little bit, trying to hook up the train platform in a nice manner with steel pedestrian overpasses and the like. In addition to building some underground tunnels, so everyone can reach the train platform, which is going to be the central place, and from here they can get to a ginormous pub, a shopping center, and so on. But the residential area up here will have its own shopping center, grocer, and some other things, so they should even be able to just walk to these shopping centers from the train platform and not require any other building. Clinic should also be in range, but can't check it right now because it goes through the new residential buildings that have a road connection through them, and it can't measure the walking through them until they're built. I hope. I haven't actually built them yet. I do hope that we can walk through these. We might not be able to have people walk through those buildings, which would be something that we will find out. Would not be critical because there will be footpaths leading around them, but it could be a situation where there's actually no way to just walk through these buildings because they're kind of like enclosed. They might work like the metro stations though, which do allow foot traffic to pass through, I think. I think the metro buildings have the same setup. We can't look at that because I don't have the tech. And I don't think those buildings can be looked at without the tech. Yeah. The above ground metro station, large, had that, where you can walk underneath or drive underneath. It also had road connections through the building, and they probably used that in a residential setup. So that was a quick showcase of my run. Still slow building, and that's not going to change because we're staying low tech and early start. I'm glad with the first update. Can't wait to start another run at some point with the updated prices and starting cash being way lower. That's going to be interesting, I think. I wonder if the research everything achievement is updated? I don't know. I don't think I have that one. I do not have that one. And since I'm always playing low tech, I will probably never get that one. I found a way to change to cheat mode and not be affected by this achievements being disabled though, so I guess it would work quite easily if I actually wanted them. Temperature too low, around 13 degrees at minus 32, that is getting a little bit chilly. Not enough workers in the heating plant, it looks like. They're just doing other things. Heating plant first, then grocer, then other buildings for you. Make sure the heating plant is running. It is important after all. We do have the insulation technology, so as long as we're over 13 degrees we should not have any ill effects for health, but they were running below that for quite a while and their lifespan dropped because of it. But yeah, when we have enough workers in the building it should be fine. It's a bit chilly. Time to put a sweater on. Or maybe a t-shirt, whatever you have. I also decided to make a multi-step bridge out of 5 sections because I like the gradual climb more. Or like initial bump, then slope, smooth, slope, and downwards. Too much information, Mega Monkey, thank you. I also did a little bit of a silly. We have a water purification plant here with 2 water wells. The fire station is nested in. But I had some space on the water tower property, which isn't functional right now, but there's a residential building on that property because there was space here. And now that we have smaller buildings, I can just put houses wherever. And I kind of like it. There's someone living on the place where we make purified water. And it looks kind of cool. Combine. $3,300 work days. Send some vehicles to the fence gate entrance, please, so we can finish this entrance and build the road in from there. And I may, at some point, hopefully remove the dirt road access. Oh, looks like the cableway has been finished on one side. Good range. Let's drop the electric substation here somewhere, and then the setup should be complete. I guess next to the refrigerated storage would be okay. As long as it covers everything, which it does. Other options include right next to the water substation, because then everything that the area needs is going to be in the same location. But I think I'll drop this one here. And it's going to be an underground wire. I don't know why it should be needed to dig it in to the ground that much. I think I can bring it back up a little bit. Just had a little bit of a problem getting it past this point. And then yeah, from here I think we can just run it mostly above ground, or like close to the ground, I mean. So we would... oh, that removed everything, that's fine. We would do this. The power line will come along the train track here, and then we can hook it up that way. We're going to be prioritizing all construction tasks until we get to the fire station. And hopefully we can set up the cableway station with the footpath towards the area. and then bring some workers over. The people will have to be brought in by cableway cars that we still need to send to the area, and that would happen from the cableway station here, because this one's going to be connected by a road. The one in the city will not be. I'm not sure what's in the way here. I guess we can do this. Cableway stations are unlocked right away, but the poles to connect them aren't. Yes. I think that's for planning purposes, because you can also use the cableway stations as a bus stop while you plan to unlock the cableway cars and wires. But it has always been that way, I think. I'll try to send a bus there. Oh, okay. No, they work like bus stops. Unless they don't have a parking space, I guess. So they drive there like they would to a metro station. But it does work. Stations are stations. As long as you have a road connection to the cableway station, it will work. This one will not, because they can't drive there. Can a bus pick up at a passenger harbor too? Yes. They can pick up at an airport or at a harbor as well. Building the same piece of track, and that one signal was too much, but now there should be no issues. Oh my god, we're getting near completion of this railway tunnel. It's been such a long time. And then once that is in place, I guess the expansion of the city can start. Once we decide where the heating plant should be. There's a coal mine location in the area. Up here. Which is good quality source for coal. Would definitely be enough to heat the whole Republic, probably run a power plant and such. Maybe I need to make a tunnel happen and set up the coal handling, the processing plant in this small location. I don't know if there's anything else here. No oil. No additional coal source. Could be bauxite or something. No iron. Could also be a location for the steel mill, I guess. I'm from Scotland. How's you? Makes us stand out against other city building games. Hello, Herbie. This is mostly a logistics game. If you think Factorio, Captain of Industry, Industry Giant, Transport Tycoon, Transport Fever. You build cities because you need workers to run everything. So yes, you build cities. Everything is very detailed and complex. Nothing really happens without your input. So unlike City Skylines, where you paint something on the ground and then stuff happens and looks pretty on its own, this is all placeable buildings and you have to set up everything because it is trying to simulate a planned economy. But the standout features of this game are the complexity in its logistics system, where this might sound like too much, but imagine Factorio, for example, where you set up a transportation route from, or like a conveyor belt from one area to another. Well, you do have conveyor belts. They can transport iron ore from one location, from one building where it gets produced to another, and then via conveyor belt onto the train where it then gets prepared for export or transportation to the next industry. It's better than other city-style games then. It's a lot more complex, and if you like complexity, then yes, it's better. But difficulty-wise, it starts where City Skyline ends, I would say. So you have a lot more investment that you need before you can get started. There is the UI and the controls are a little bit janky. You can't, like in City Skylines, just drag two roads over each other and they will make a junction. So that's like one thing that will trick people up. So it's like not as user-friendly, but if you like learning in a game, if you want to have that feeling of learning something new, this game will provide that for a very long time. If you like mastery of a game and you want to just chill in a city building game, this is not it. Even if you lower all the difficulty settings, I think something like City Skylines would be more enjoyable that way. So this is on the end of, I want my city games to be challenging. Expect to maybe lose your first game or two, like just from financial ruin, or maybe stuff burning down, depending on how high you turn up the difficulty. But then you will still always feel like, I want to rebuild that, but better. Then just restart. This is challenging, like I want to not restart, but okay, just tear it down and rebuild it. It's just going to cost some money and some time. I set it to realistic mode, and demolition takes a long time because they have to pick up all the resources and from the demolished building site. Well, then it will take a long time. That's what this game is about. There's a lot of difficulty settings that you can tailor to your needs, but yeah, the initial investment and overhead, the complexity is higher than City Skylines ends up with, I think. City Skylines added a lot of stuff in the second version, but I haven't played that. I'm talking about the first version, which was mostly traffic management and otherwise some service buildings, I guess. So yeah, you have to ask yourself, do you want a game that is probably the most complex city builder where there's not a lot of hand-holding and the entry will be a little bit rough, but you like the idea of always getting challenged and always learning something new, then yeah, go for it. If that sounds intimidating, then and you haven't played City Skylines, then try something else first. If you have played City Skylines and you're bored by it, this is a very popular and long-lasting game for its challenge, for the reason of its challenge, I think. Just want a game that will keep me entertained and won't quit with boredom. Okay, well, there's two levels of boredom. One of them is I'm bored because I'm not being challenged, and the second one is I'm bored because nothing is happening. Right now I've set up a lot of construction tasks. I'm playing in realistic mode, so this is different, but realistic mode is where you have to bring resources and workers to a construction site and everything gets built up from the materials over time. But yeah, the boredom from challenge doesn't happen in this game, I think. I haven't reached it yet. And when I was getting close, I was just making up more of a challenge for myself. Like right now, we're not buying more modern equipment.
If you feel like you have boredom from lack of something happening, then that depends on the difficulty setting, I guess. Like on realistic mode where everything needs to be transported and set up, that could happen. But if you don't play realistic mode, you place a building and it is built within a couple seconds by automatically importing the resources from the border and paying for foreign workers to build it up for you. It's more expensive that way, and you do have the option to build it manually. But the boredom from nothing happening is reduced because of that. You're welcome. I mean, every vehicle you see is basically something we have set up either directly or indirectly. Construction vehicles we have set up indirectly because we sent them to a construction office and told them where to get the resources from. Steel, bricks, prefab panels and boards are picked up from a construction material storage that I set up in the other city, because this one isn't getting enough materials delivered to it just yet. And then it automatically picks up on where it needs to send the resources based on its construction settings. Other direct routes include more things like bus routes, for example, or resource routes. The route to pick up oil and export it to the border is a direct route, for example, where we selected this building, the customs house, and an end station to directly send the resources, like in Transport Tycoon or Transport Fever. This game rewards planning, this game rewards forward thinking. These are all things that will not exist in the beginning, but if you find enjoyment in learning, then you will get to the planning stage and everything will get better every time you start placing something new. The tutorials are sufficiently well done. There's a campaign that also brings you closer to some of the game aspects. Well, I guess I've been belaboring the point. You already said things, so I guess I'll be quiet. I think I'm going to put a sharper corner on the fence here. Has it already been another 8 hours? My god. This game is like a time vortex. It's a time vortex stealing my time. And I love it. It's a time vortex stealing my time, I love it, and it's evil. They're almost going into the water, but not quite. I'll be safe. Once we have this fire station, I can get rid of the temporary one, relocate the vehicle in here, and it'll take care of any fire that should happen inside the industry. And hopefully we can start producing some food soon. I still need to assemble a long train to bring the crops over, but We can do that as soon as the factory is up and running and has workers going to it. Life expectancy here isn't looking that great. Temperature's now really good. Will it be sufficient? I don't know. Reducing it back down to 2 workers. That should work, as long as we make sure there's always a worker walking towards the heating plant, I guess. I think previously we had the issue of not enough workers in the building. Maybe it is actually struggling at 2 workers. Looks like that might be the case. It looks like the very low quality rural flats are the ones that are not really affected by pollution. These these are still low density buildings, but they house a lot of people, and these ones seem to be very much affected by the pollution spewed out by the heating plant. I don't think there's any other pollution happening here right now. There's gonna be another break happening in like, I don't know, soon. Spontaneous. I should assemble a train. It could take some more time to pay back all the loans. Or we could just assemble a train with some loans, that would also be fine. Steam engines, of course. It'll be going to the customs house, so it will always have to refuel here, which it should do. Are we out of fuel already? No. Okay. Don't scare me like that. Let's get another steam locomotive. And we'll assemble ourselves a grain import train. We can get cargo wagons for 436 meters. And the cargo wagons that we are going to get are going to be the castle is just better. What about the Opeln? 9 meters, 17. It's the same. can go up to 90 kilometers an hour. I don't know if that affects the train speed. I assume it does. So we're gonna go with the Opelin, which is slightly more expensive, but can run at faster speed. No yellow color, so we have to go with something. They are 9 meters. 436, I think. Divided by 9. It's 48 train cars, oh my god. The lone train. It looks like it, yeah. It's not going to be that expensive, but definitely alone. There we go. All the train cars we need. And waiting on the steam locomotive, which got stuck because the fuel train also went here. I sent out 2 trains at the same time, I guess. And you're just going to go here. We'll load cargo wagons and then go to the depot. After you have refueled, you can do that. Where did that train go? Oh, it's already loading. Didn't even need to refuel at first. Very nice. Okay, you'll have to run a few import. We're carrying 11 trains per run, so we have to carry at least 4, which is 44, and then 1 more, so 5 runs. Should bring in all the train cars, and we should be able to assemble a grain train from that. Still doing quite bad with the health here. I know one thing I don't have is like an aggregate storage for coal next to the heating plant. But I don't think an open aggregate storage causes pollution, does it? This might just be too much housing now to heat everything. So these houses that I built are causing some problems because of that. I guess we can research some population increase and not care about it. Population growth. Birth rate increase. It's gonna be fine. Yeah, life expectancy of 53 years is fairly low. But why? Pollution is okay. But probably the heating plant during winter is just a nightmare. It's struggling to keep up the heating right now at 0 degrees. Definitely not going to keep these heated. Alright, then I guess the pollution it'll be. We need to have a large heat exchanger running, which is the one next to the train station. I have to hook that up to any large heating plant that is further away from what we have right now. And then at some point we can switch it to its permanent location, but there's going to be no more population increase of this area until we fix that, I think. Oh, we have 21-year-olds waiting without their own flat. Well, move on in, people. There are people that can move in here. How's our higher education amount? Stagnating. I need more people in the university. Okay, I mean, all the populations are stagnating, but the higher education is actively dropping. Once the research is done, they can get an education in the medical and technical university. We don't want to drop our highly educated worker numbers too much. Fuel again. Well, I guess the import didn't happen, so that makes sense. I sent the train back without actually doing the import. Need to make sure that old Russo belts are being replaced by more modern variants. And when I say more modern, I mean slightly more modern. They will still be utilized as logging vehicles, because they can carry 8 tons, and that is pretty good compared to anything after pre-1960. Roosevelt refrigerated truck. We can switch that over to the... Actually, they will stay because they have the largest capacity of what I will use. So they're going to be used for inner city distribution, I guess. Water and sewage trucks we can replace with the YAG version. I think that's probably almost everything. Now we'll replace this one with the YAG. Yep, that's everything. Should be good enough now. I need to set up that heating plant. I could set one up in the food factory area and run a heating pipe over until we have the access to the coal mine, which would make more sense to have the heating plant closer to that one. So we could have a heating plant here until things get better. It will take a while to build because it doesn't support rope cranes. I guess we might just do that. Run the heating from here to the Sovskoy center. Changing the heating pipe later on will require us to be in summer, and we have like a month to do it. So that would be a bit risky, but I think we'll be okay. Right now I have to build to the heat exchanger and get it set up. And hook it up and give it electricity. But then it would provide heating for also the houses on the low density part of the city. It's still medium high density. And we can probably run the heating plant at only one worker, which should reduce the pollution significantly. Which I think is the issue. Lifespan is still very low. I guess the heating plant is still trying to keep up with it. Maybe these so-called low-density houses with very high density do not enjoy pollution at all. I want to build a low-quality roll flat and test it. Just build this one here. See how much this one is affected by pollution. Because if that's like as low as the starting settlement, then maybe we can try build a settlement that is just this heating plant plus a bunch of these barracks. Would be interesting. I think I'm going to sell the other train cars. They are just blocking stuff up here and I haven't used them in a while. Sell them at the customs house. They're just getting in the way of like organizing the creation of new trains. It's a little bit annoying. I wonder if it's the coal storage, but I didn't see it make any pollution. We'll find out once the low quality roll flat is on, I guess. People can move in immediately, but no higher education, please. Not scrapping them? No, I think just selling them. They are still like, I don't know. Still fully functional, I guess. I don't think we get a new train car price for them. We got 165,000, so got some money from them. Is it worth more or less than the steel we get out of them? I don't know. We can't buy them in used versions. And if I look at one of these, for example, 9 tons for 41,000, doesn't really sound that great. We didn't get that much money, but I don't know about scrapping if that one would have been any more or less. Probably a bit more. I think there's a box select. Okay, one train car too many. We can't fit the 9-meter train car in because the rounding didn't work in our favor. I'll sell that one. And this one will import 827 tons of crops per route. We'll wait until the food factory is actually online before we start importing crops, because then the price of crops and food is going to go up. Cableway station is up. No electricity yet, but we are scheduled to build that fairly soon. Just have to build the road around here. We can start delivering cableway cars. Up to 24. We're going to start with let's start with 10. I don't have another vehicle in a depot other than a bulldozer. I'll need an open hull truck, and then we transport equipment over. Starting from the customs house, I think, because that one's closer. The R12D can carry 11 tons. And the passenger cabin weighs, I don't know. Doesn't tell us. Even the AMO can carry it, supposedly. The Yak can carry it. Why do you change your sorting? The Yak, the Yas... So it can be carried by 4 tons, which would mean that the Yak 10 should be able to carry 2, right? This one might not be able to carry 3, but it would be a surefire way to make sure that we hopefully can carry at least 2. So I'll get the largest one. Alright, I'm going to take my short break now, 5 to 10 minutes again. And I'll be right back. I guess I'll put this on overview. Yes, Simon, I'm sorry, but another break time. You get used to it. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. What pop-up did we have? Probably nothing important. Oh, the research, okay. Making good progress on the construction of the industry. Road here has been completed. We can get rid of the dirt roads. Not on the outside yet though. Once everything is connected, I will build the heating plant here to take it over. I think we can finish that soon. Especially if we run workers by cableway car here. And maybe we accumulate some construction materials until then. Maybe I should get it started right now. It's going to take a while for lack of road crane in the heating plant setup. And we can finish the fence later. Temporary heating plant, because why not? We'll have to bring coal here too. Probably with another distribution office or two. That one would be quite far for a delivery, but 6 vehicles might be able to handle it. I'll set them up next to the customs house because that's the initial trip that they have to do. And we'll use 2 free distribution offices for that range. Most of them should be still available for us to use them. So, a bunch of dump trucks. The Yas would be an option. We could also use the BZ252, which almost drives 40 kilometers an hour and would deliver a huge amount of coal per... Yeah, we're gonna use these. They're expensive, but I think they will get things done. Maybe we'll need another one, but I'll start with a single distribution. And then from the storage to the heating plant by a single truck from the area once it's built. Workers go in by a cableway station once it's running, which apparently it is. Has automatically started itself. That's fine. We will load only workers here. And the heating pipe, but that construction should go faster. Temporary, like I said. Some other infrastructure in the way, huh? Well, there you go. Solved. And yeah, this will give us time to set up the coal mine while reducing the pollution in our city. Looks like the low quality rural flats are done. So we'll see if they run into issues with pollution during winter. If not, then I guess that would be the confirmation that the lower density the house, the maybe less affected by pollution they are, which would be awesome, I think. Means that they have to suffer this year's winter with the current setting for the heating plant and run into pollution issues one more time, so construction can take its time. It is still quite far, but 25 tons. It's a lot more than the other trucks would deliver, but they drive a little bit faster. Kinda want to replace the other distribution office vehicles for coal with those trucks, because that gives us more transportation capacity per distribution office, and the 5 kilometers an hour slower speed on snowed-in roads would be fine. Like, they can carry 4 tons per trip. We're down to 1,000 work days for the tunnels. We're almost there. I need another train for sending citizen goods and fuel to the area. No oil exports from here. And I should set the other train up for the same thing and just run the oil exports by truck. So I don't have to manually run the import on fuel all the time. Okay, once you're done exporting oil, you're going to load fuel and bitumen, sure. I'll have to set the train cars so you load the correct amounts. Three train cars for fuel, 1 for bitumen. Sorry, 4 train cars for fuel, 1 for bitumen. And then unload that at the oil station. There's not going to be any loading anymore. And the truck route will have to go directly to the customs house, and we'll empty out the oil storage and get rid of it. This might have the side effect of bringing down the price even more. After you go unload, try and load oil from here. If you can already load all the oil from that storage, it's good. If not, then it's empty and we can remove it. So the temporary oil handling setup will also go away. And we'll run the same way as we do in Sovskoy with the direct route to the customs house, which seems to be working well enough. Fuel price is back to 4,800. I need to be careful. That's hilarious that even with all those oil exports, it's still going up like crazy. I'll take one of the coal trucks and replace it with a large one. And we will use this one to bring the coal from the coal storage to the heating plant in our food factory setup, until we can have a permanent heating plant. This should provide enough heating, it's not too long. Should be fine. Rail construction is all done, so I guess the rail construction office can also be shut down. $385 workdays for one of the tunnels and 850 workdays for the other. I'm gonna double the amount of trucks exporting from the other oil well, because the distance is now more than twice as long. So it's gonna be, let's put it up to 15 vehicles. So we'll import 7 more. And once they have arrived and refueled, I can put them on the line. Help with the construction of the heating pipe real quick. This has already gotten all the resources. We'll have to assemble a citizen goods train. The oil one shouldn't be necessary anymore, the one for importing fuel. I'll assemble one in a similar style as the other one that we already have. It has 16 train cars, 12 covered hull cargo wagons, and 4 tankers. We already have enough tankers that we can now reuse if we want to. So I'll get 12 covered hull train cars. And bring them in from the border with a load command. And we'll assemble ourselves a citizen goods train copied from the other train setup. Same style, same cargo wagons, except I guess less fabric. Still not animated. Not critical, but I would like to see these ones be animated at some point too. Wait, what? You're slowing down? Oh, because everything is busy loading. Okay, cool. We have to run one more time, I think. Yep, there's one more train car in there. Yeah, you had the double setup for fabric and clothing. We won't need that. I can just have one train car each and it'll be fine. Even bringing the clothing over by truck would be sufficient and I guess smarter. If we stop exporting with the other train and just leave clothing in here, this would be the pickup point for other trains in our republic. 290 meters. I guess we can go to the customs house and pick up clothing on the way back. But maybe the train here should stop exporting clothing and we'll let the other one handle that. So you're not going to export, you're not going to load clothing. So therefore you will not export it anymore. I'll still let the export be ticked on for now because we still have clothing inside. But we'll let the other train do that until we have a more central location for managing the citizen goods at some point. Oh, we don't have any clothing inside, never mind. Just fabric. Then any export will be deactivated. We just drop a fabric and should wait until unloaded. No, you shouldn't, because if we wait until unloaded for fabric, then this could block the train network up. You just have to continuously run. Okay. Pick up the remaining single train car, please. And I'll check the tunnels. I still see 4 icons, so both of them are still not done, but one of them should be fairly close. Yeah, now they're building the inside of the tunnel. The tunneling phase is through. 1,500 days of construction work left still. I think this is fine. We made some good progress. And we have the train ready to go once it gets to that point. Res? What? What does that mean? Can the train keep up with the fuel demand? Should be, yeah. Slow progress. Ah, okay. The progress was fairly good. We finally finished the tunneling phase. Now they have to build the rest of it, I guess. Oh, rest means slow progress. Okay. Okay. Now copy settings over. Did it copy that for the wagons? Yes. Plastics, mechanical, electronic, then fabric, alcohol, clothing, chemicals, fuel, and bitumen. Okay, I copied the special settings. Good. Not really, just an emote instead of prog. Oh. Oh, progress. Oh my god. I'm not reading emotes, no. Never. You can't make me. Update didn't crash the car due to exhaustion. Excellent. Well done. Guess we'll just use emotes until he learns to read them. What, Mega Monkey? What's that second emote? I can't, like, what? Just getting trolled now. I'm gonna have some sour candy because of it. It's so sour. Ugh. I mean, there's definitely more sour stuff, but just taking 2 lemon again? No, it feels like the other one. The one that was mild, but I hadn't had a sour candy today yet. And I just took 2 and it was like, ugh. A bit much. I was always here. Also, why are you checking your own name? Just going through all the letters for the emotes. I guess that happened when there was a lot of Dune discussion going on. Yeah, it wasn't possible with the ad, so what is the next best thing? When someone tags you without the ad, you're the worm. Yeah. Oh, the large heating plant now supports a road crane. Excellent. I guess that got fixed too. Heat exchanger also got built. No power supply. Well, the power for this thing. Oh, I didn't remove any underground footpaths. Excellent. Perfect planning. Power supply. I guess over here. There's so much more that could be in this space. Let's find a niche between some houses or tucked away next to the heat exchanger right here. Running out of power connections slowly. I will use one of these, but we are probably going to hook it up to a different connection in the future. So I guess I'll use the lowest voltage wire. Once we have another transformer set up. At that point we can make the switch. Okay, I guess with the heating plant construction we can also accept workers making their way over here if they want to. Don't think we need electricity to unload workers at that station. Oh, YouTube deciding to do stuff in my browser. Okay. Okay, that's more aligned with the fence. I think that looks better. I guess no one wants to walk here yet. Maybe they can't unload without electricity at the other station. Temperature's dropping. Health is down to 63. Years of life expectancy, 77% health. And it is dropping. This one, 71.7. Also dropping, but not as quickly it looks like. And they're at 84% health. Seems like it might be confirmed. Doesn't leave long for you? What do you mean? Need to get up to the power line so we can build it. Joke fell flat because of delay on your end. Looks like it, yeah. I think I can speed things up by getting rid of a factory connection here and just building it up already. Then we can get the substation up and running and build the factory connection later. I'll see myself out. Okay. I'll eat a sour candy, so I'll like react with like disgust and stuff. Oh. That's not that bad. Oh no. It's hard to find the sweet spot between nice sour and... I mean, it's not too sour, but it's like that sour... I don't know what sourness level I like. Next eating stream when? I don't know. Maybe double-coated Tim Tams next year or something. I don't know. Are we hooked up? We are hooked up. Yearly Tim Tam tradition. The triple T. Tobias Tim Tam tradition. Tuesdays. And Thursdays. TT, TTT, and T. Unemployment due to children, 19. If that's all in one area, that would warrant another kindergarten, and it looks like it does. I mean, we could replace the other one with a higher density version, but we could also just have 2 buildings. There's gonna be a point at some point where I will place a building and it puts the whole city over heating capacity, because vibe-based planning, you just add more and more stuff as time goes on. And then the whole settlement's gonna collapse, probably. So much gravel, all for construction. I think on the other plant it's good that we have the export, but here, once we have run full on gravel and we don't build much more, then we could probably get rid of the other dump trucks that are continuously running. Looks like we got all resources for the heating plant. Now it's being slowly built. Heating pipe also finishing up. Ooh, Lopo with the difficult questions. I think Mega Monkey probably calls them spaghetti oys. Oi. Oh, no, I guess that would be British, not Australian. No, what was that? Australian would be spaghettis. No, that is What is a sound that Australians make that could fit into the spaghetti meme? Spaghetti oys. No, not spaghetti O's. Spaghetti O is like the canned version of spaghettis. Spaghetti rings in tomato sauce, but I was thinking that oil was like a thing that Australians said casually, but I think that's a different nationality. Like oi matey. Speckbog. I was shocked you were making a joke. These things do happen. Maybe I am getting better. Maybe I'm getting worse. Who knows? Well, we are going to have the heating plant set up momentarily, as will be the electricity, hopefully. And then we should be able to have workers go over here to work. Wait a minute. You know what would be a really good test for the pollution? Building a barrack in this industry. What if we have low quality rural flats right in this industry? People living here and like taking the cableway car back right next to the large heating plant. Let's go. We're gonna have people living here while the heating is important. That's gonna be a test. So you can load anyone to make their way into the city if you want. It's like how COVID changed people's sense of smell after. Maybe your comedic style has been shuffled. Maybe. What are we gonna do if this works? If low quality rural flats next to a medium sized heating plant are fine? Then maybe there is hope for Mega City 1 with the heating plants integrated into the city. We just have to surround them with low quality rural flats. I did try to do that, but I didn't use low quality rural flats. I used like another low density building at that point. I wonder if the default low quality rural flats have the same behavior, where they're really terrible buildings, but people in there don't care about pollution as much. I call spaghetti spaghetti because I'm a normal human being. The Aussie nickname for it is spag bowl or spag. Example, my mom cooked spag bowl for dinner last night, or I loved a good spag and meatballs. And there was a message being deleted. I don't know what that was. Or was he being impatient? Ah, okay, so being rude and childlike. And Mega Monkey's trigger happy, yeah. Spagball. That sounds weird. That sounds like an insult. Me next. Oh no! Don't do it, Simon! Don't jump in from Mega Monkey's gun. He'll do it. Three electronics from Bogodonsk making their way here. Fox Spagball. There's probably a Spagball emote and Mega Monkey's already looking for it. Because there was a discussion about it for 5 minutes, so of course it needs an emote. I'm just waiting for it to be added. Looking at Twitch chat. Maybe it'll become relevant again in like a year. Was asking because another Australian I know has that Getty nickname for it, and we mused whether or not it was an Australian thing or just an insane homebrew word. Well, that says pasta that, but it's not a spag bowl. But I guess it works. Yeah, those low quality rural flats are interesting. If I check the pollution here, 64 versus these ones are at 52. So the low quality rural flats seem a lot more resilient. Maybe it's population density. Maybe other 10 pop buildings would be better, like that one. That one's at 70. What weird spaghetti do you have that isn't pasta? What about vegan spaghetti? Does that count? Most pasta's vegan? Most pasta has eggs in them in Germany. Die guten Eiernudeln. Now I want to make pasta before going to bed. Oh my god, it's already closing in on a 10-hour stream again. Dry pasta usually doesn't, so most supermarket pasta. I'm gonna go to my YouTube channel and add my previous VOD to the playlist. Done. Now we have 9 videos in that playlist. All in reverse chronological order, so oldest one first. Most channels put the newest one first, and I don't know if there's a way to play a playlist in reverse order, so I just put them oldest first and it plays them in order. I prefer with Echo though. I wonder if... Yeah, I also do. Definitely. Spaghetti squash is a thing. Hooray for YouTube's janky playlist editing. It worked. That was fine. Water and sewage haven't been hooked up yet, but I guess they can have direct delivery routes for now. We can set up water and sewage, I guess. There we go. All resources for the electric substation have also been provided. Pollution definitely drops their life expectancy down to 50. And the low quality roll flats to 64. Now I wonder about this one, because this one has half the population count. And it seems to be doing well as well, so another experiment, I guess. No pun intended. Should I subscribe to mess with you in the comments too? No. I do not really... No, Simon, it wasn't a pun. I don't really interact with YouTube that much. It's just going to be a VOD storage, and I just reply to people saying thank you, and if they make a statement or comment. And if they aren't called Lolapod. These are my criteria. And if you ever sign up with a different name and I figure out it is you, then you're gonna get banned. In Twitch, I mean. Discrimination. You were asking a question and I was providing answers. I said that I do not interact with people on Twitch, and you were asking if it was okay to mess with me in the YouTube comments, so I think that's like counter-harassment. I think I'm just defending myself here. Well, heating plant is up, electric substation is up. Now we just need workers and coal. And maybe drinking water. But that should be on its way, I think. Unless the technical service is out of range, but I guess it is. It's only set to a kilometer, not 2 kilometers, so that's fixed now. We will be producing our own drinking water here, and sewage should be hooked up to a discharge. Once we have the road set up, then I'll get rid of the footpath and redraw the factory connection. Okay. I guess we'll run this here until this winter, until we tested the other small flat right next to the heating plant and see how that one behaves. If that one is better, then I think pollution density might be affected by building density. Like pollution effect. Which would be good information. And if a 10 capacity building is like 70 life expectancy directly next to a heating plant, we're going to try and see what happens if I run this with 5 workers. Don't think anyone's going to the cableway station right now, which is fine. I think if I crank up the heat production, then it will still affect the houses right next to it. But it does make it a lot easier to like just set up the next village, just heating plant, a bunch of barracks right around it. Maybe a kiosk. Would be hilarious. I'll wait for that house to get some workers and see what it sets itself to, pollution effect wise. Did we get the other construction office? Yes. The roadworks construction office has been built. Deliver only by mechanism? Or deliver mechanism only by truck, I mean. Move the vehicles over. And we'll probably set up fuel deliveries to that building at some point once we can bring them in by train with via distribution office, but nothing else really. Fire station getting built a little bit late. But we still don't have workers here, so it's all good. Means that the heating plant could theoretically burn down. But when has that ever happened? You will send half of your workers to the cableway station now, but I will shut down the heating plant for the time being because we're still testing. I want to see what happens when this house finishes and everyone's living next to a super polluted area. A large heating plant burning down would be quite unfortunate for sure. Oh yeah, we're also finishing these buildings, I guess. Having some barracks right next to the medium style heating plant. Or large heating plant. See how bad that gets. So health for these ones staying closer to 55. This one is still at around 64, 65. I'm interested. Well, enjoy living here, I guess. Take the cableway station into the settlement and get whatever you need. If you can reach it. Hospital can be reached. Not the grocer though. But you can walk over to the train platform, I guess, and from there you should be able to reach it. So go to, well, not the workers. Passengers, go to any other building. And if you can't go anywhere, go to the train platform. Which means you should be able to go to the building you want first, and then if you can't reach it, go to the train platform, and from there you can reach everything. These houses aren't heated right now. I forgot about that. That's pretty cruel. Minus 25. I guess that's another test, like, are these less affected by cold? Okay, the other house is almost done, so we can test the pollution effect on this structure. You know what? You can run this with one worker. Give yourself some heating. Seems like it's going down very slowly. No, it just gave them false hope. Still at 80. Let's crank up that pollution to 5 workers and see what happens. They just recovered some health. Some lifespan, I mean. But let's see how they will deal once there's 5 workers in here cranking out as much heating as possible. Still not dying that quickly. Life expectancy is still at 70 and like recovering. Interesting. Yeah, there's no heating impact from this. I mean, there could be. It is at 0 degrees. I don't know if it can go below 0. Probably not. I was thinking it was at 0 degrees and like partially heating everything. This looks so strange, like this seems viable. How long are we gonna let this run? I guess winter. Shut this one off. I wanna see. How bad does this house get? Seems like pollution might be inverse proportional to population count per building. So the low quality rural flats might actually work. Really good next to high polluting areas. Which means we could maybe use these in like an industry setting. Although at some point they probably also have their limits. But I wonder how far you can push that. It's still not that polluted here actually. Huh. Weird. Might be Siberia only. Needs more time to draw a solid conclusion. Yeah, I think the pollution is not that high yet. And they are dropping too. Pollution is slowly coming up. The green is slowly tinting a little bit. But let's give it another month or so. I mean, we could also prevent these from dying from cold. So let's do that. They can provide their own heating now, while we do the testing. I left comment now, YouTube famous. Oh god. I'm not looking at that. I will not look at that. Fire station is up. Let's relocate the temporary fire truck in here. Get another smaller one. And then I can build stuff up without worrying too much. The road has also been built. No game. No game. No game. You can't do this. It was fine before. Huh. Is it the sewage pipe? Oh no, it's the road connection. It's this road connection. I have to tear down the road. Then it'll work. That was also when I hooked it up the first time, so that's okay. So they're running a medium heating plant for themselves, 63 life expectancy, going down. 69, 64. Seems like it might be about the same, just taking a little bit longer for them to get to that point. I would be fine with 65 years, which I think is doable with like 3 workers max, if there's no other pollution source. The This might be Siberia exclusive. I think on a regular map this might be quite violent death. Could be worth a fun test though. Okay, I think we're gonna heat the other building now and really put them to the test, because now the heating will go as high as it can, and that will increase the pollution output here as much as it can. And then the low quality rural flats might not be as happy anymore. Okay, I guess we'll keep building. The grain silo, for example, is kind of important. Gas station. What the hell? Go. Water connection. Just build everything, I guess. I don't know, we're still at 65. I guess the heat exchanger got to its capacity and now the pollution production is going to be reduced. I'll run you at like 1 worker. 67, 64. Seems to be slightly better in the lower density flat. Till we cut off the pollution, but yeah, that would require maybe a test setup. Just like brute forcing as much pollution out of a heating plant as possible. Very cool. And back up to 64. No, they already were at that. Hasn't recovered yet. Seems fairly solid pollution-wise, like all the houses get to the point where they kinda are set to and then they stay there. Is our number of highly educated citizens increasing again? It's trying to, yes, it's okay. Alright. I believe that this is the issue that we had, because I was also not able to hook up the factory connection in the first place when the road was connected first. But I forgot about that. Finished the road construction. At least the second road construction will be quick, so all the mechanisms are in place. Heating is okay, 16 degrees. Maybe next year pollution will be better because the heating plant will only run at level 1 maximum. So far this has been pretty significantly polluted. But it should be better next year, I hope. Okay, I guess that ends the test for these two structures. They don't go below 60, which these ones do, so they are less affected by pollution. I'm not sure what their limit is. We did wait a year and they went down. These ones did not go down as far. Have to do more testing with that at some point. I mean, we could go crazy and just decide to set up a village with like the lowest density structures and then hoping that it works. Could be fun. Like heating plants surrounded by low quality rural flats. Even the smaller ones, the smallest buildings there are. I think we can probably make the statement that housing density, like house capacity, affects pollution. But I'm not sure if it's like the same for all the 50 size buildings. Like, is a very wide spread out building of size 50 the same as a very high dense building like this one where everything is in a housing block? I assume the Dnipro flats would probably react very harshly to pollution with their high population density in that case. Go to other buildings, which includes, I guess, the other bus stop, and that's... no, it doesn't. Can't reach it. Then I guess we have to send everyone to the other bus stop now. And pick the citizens up from it. From the train station. Instead. Anyone but educated workers and people requiring a university education. We'll pick them up from the train station now. Tunnel below 1,000 workdays now in total. 243 tons of bricks. Do we have that? Not quite, but... It might be a good idea to start the rail construction now from this side. Because we have resources closer in this area. Oh, well, I do have to change the signals to actually allow them access to the area, don't I? Let's see if that will be faster. It will be limited by the amount of resources here. We have less than half the amount to finish the constructions of the tracks, but we're lacking bricks and boards. There are boards right there. I guess you overfilled yourself with prefab panels and steel. Why are you pulling all that all those bricks into your own storage now. Oh, now you're pulling some boards. Cool. I guess they don't know about the resources outside of the building. That works. We might not have as many people in the rail construction office on this side, but the resource deliveries should be a lot faster. Tunneling was definitely faster with the rail construction offices in Bugu-Godonsk, because they had a lot more workers in there. But here, the frequency of how often we drive back and forth will probably depend on how quickly we finish this. That's a lot of workers. Okay, 53 years of life expectancy in the buildings right next to the heating plant. And significantly affected health. But I still think it holds true, because I think other buildings, like they are at 52.6, which is what they had from this distance with a small heating plant. But yeah, like you said, needs more testing. Could be an interesting subject. I would probably build the next settlement that way, just heating plants surrounded by barracks. Or the very 10 worker buildings only, like I said. Let's see what happens. I'm opting for the nice curve. Road demolition is done. I have to remove the dirt road, otherwise it won't work. But that will hopefully fix it. There we go. Last car for the cableway line. Up to 10 now. Might get more in the future, but for now this is enough to get things set up and tested. Oh, this one's not that warm. 13 degrees is still fine, but it's getting a little bit close to below 13. Heat water tank at 74. I guess it should be enough. Waiting for a drop to... Oh, it's below 30 now, okay. So when you drop to minus 45, they would have a health impact for some time, and also a happiness impact during that time, I think. So maybe I need another heating plant with like level 1. Or I should put this on level 2. We did find out that a single heating plant running at 2 is better than 2 heating plants running at 1. From a brief test, I'm claiming. I mean, the other issue could be that this heating isn't sufficient. The heat water tank seems to be alright though. A little bit cold. It might be that it's insufficient. I guess I can allow workers to move in here, and then then it should be enough workers to go to the cableway station. People arriving here should make sure that the fire station and the heating plant are set up with workers before they can go anywhere else. Which includes construction sites. So now we're making sure the heating plant is actually able to run at the capacity it needs. Keep the heat exchanger. It's 82. Huh. That's about 800 meters, so slightly further than the other heat exchanger. So you do get a lot of heating loss. We'll have to build the other heating plant within 600 meters. Make sure we don't lose that much heating, then it would be fine. So yeah, somewhere in that corner. To be determined how that will be set up, but that would be the location of the heating plant number 1, which should be able to run 2 heat exchangers. Other option would be a heating plant on that side, 600 meters or less. That would be fairly close. Up here next to the gas station, sewage unloading station. Bring coal by truck. Workers from the inner city bus route could walk up there. I would be pretty close, but probably still far away enough to not have any problems. If I build the heating plant's pipe more deep, will it be more efficient? No, not from my testing. And Mega Monkey says so too. If I understand that emote correct, I'm trying to better myself. Roadworks, 2 kilometers. That one is fighting to maintain the heating. Also at 82 degrees. I'm gonna run it at 1 worker now. I want to see if we can keep this stable, even though they're almost 400 meters away. Could still relocate the heat exchanger. Put these houses more in the middle. Have one heat exchanger here and the other one at the other edge, providing decent housing to both areas. That is a possibility. And then the heating plant on this side might make more sense. Having 2 heating plants on either side with up to 2 heat exchangers per heating plant. It does have a lot of construction materials. Now it has fewer workers than before. I guess they're all being slowed down by an excavator deciding to make its way over here to demolish something or build something. Demolish. It's already done being demolished, you can leave. I'm not sure how these demolition officers assigned themselves here. Seems quite far away for that. Water treatment plant ready. Has access to workers from the cableway station. Need a small covered hull truck. Similar to this one, we're going to pick up from the warehouse from Bulgodonsk before we pick up locally. I don't know if it's slower or faster. I believe it's faster, but no calculations. We don't have a culture building here. I guess our personal car route, our bus route, I mean, for the citizens got delayed a little bit. So now they're trying to run the route line spacing a bit more. That is Tuimasnoi. That's not the correct route. I guess the correct route does not go through an end station. That one. That's not too bad. Just probably a volume issue of not having enough buses anymore. We need to set up local facilities to deal with that demand. Only 41 tons of steel for the crane silo. I don't remember the other ones of similar size. I think they had more steel costs, but I might be only remembering the largest ones. This one already has 31 tons of steel for only 800 tons of crops, so I believe the more modern ones require more steel. This one requires 111 tons of boards, which is interesting. That's a really old school building. I'll bring in the vehicles from Bugodonsk to assist with resource deliveries for that grain silo. How's our iron setup now looking? Because I disabled the rail construction office. I should be seeing more workers in the iron mine again. That's not that many. Where are all of our workers in this area? Are they on the bus stop? A few of them, but... We had a time where we had 200 workers here reliably, and the settlement hasn't really changed that much. Other than a couple more workers in the police station. I guess there's a lot of workers waiting on the bus stop heading towards the clothing factories. But if they don't go there, they will go to the cableway station. And from there they will get picked up. Oh, there's already a ton of workers here waiting. I guess we don't have enough cable cars? We can have 15 more. Probably the waste management area that I set up reduced the worker count for everything else. So just bring more cable cars in. 15. Should hopefully increase the amount of workers we can transport up there. It's getting better on its own now. Might just be an imbalance when the workers go to the clothing factory and then... Oh, the clothing factories don't have enough fabric. 30 tons of fabric incoming. Okay, the issue is, I guess, that the vehicle is undergoing maintenance. Because we do have the fabric available. Oh no, it's because we're run full on clothing. Right. That's the situation. We stopped exporting clothing. Because I wanted to run the other train through here and let it do that. But then the tunnel construction was delayed. Oh my god, this is slow. We're gonna see the completion of the tunnels, I think, next time. I don't think it's gonna happen today. Siberia is a very difficult terrain to develop through, so it does make sense that we are still a bit slowed down because of it. I guess I could let the other rail construction office build the train tracks around here already. I stopped laying them though. I wasn't sure where they would go. If we make a decision for that, I guess just straight through here towards the mountain. And then later on there might be a junction. Don't have any terraforming vehicles, so it would just be a train track through the countryside. I guess we can build that and probably rest assured that it's not going to go into the way of any settlement. And the road construction would presumably... I don't know. I'll have to figure out the road construction at some point, if it's going to follow the train tracks or not. This railroad... I don't know. This area is still undeveloped. We can probably rest assured that we want to go at least this far and then have the rail line cut a path through the mountain range in front. Which is hard to see. Don't have any terraforming equipment here, which I kind of need. Unless I run the railroad like up this path along the mountain, just climb up and go along here, and then through this mountain section we would definitely have to tunnel again. But yeah, we can at least build some train tracks here. Don't have to use the full capacity of the rail construction office like before, but gently run the construction with like 30 workers. Son, this is an intervention, 11-hour stream, you good? It's not 11 hours yet, Dad. Don't judge me. I'm better, I think. I still took another pill and have side effects right now, but I think overall I'm better. So you have a crippling addiction. Well, why are you back? Explain yourself. Just diverted the discussion topic right away from me towards you. It's 8 PM, chilling after a long day of shopping. Well, it's 9 PM for me almost. Chilling after a long day of being sick-ish, but getting better. I'm just overwhelming myself with something that I don't have to think about it too much. And it's working. I almost forgot that Loco was here. Okay, this might run into an issue with waste storage capacity, at which point the container stand will become important. We cannot use the incinerator from the Sovskoye factory setup for that, because that would make the pollution here, the waste, impure. But yeah, you're probably right. I will call it now. I should cycle down, because I'm gonna be at work tomorrow, and there's gonna be not as much of a stream, I think. So, as always, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. We'll see where this goes. It was a lot of fun. Next time the tunnel should hopefully finish construction. And then then we can run rail supplies to here, to the factory, as well as the citizen goods, fuel supply, etc. Airfields next time. There's a lot of flat space here, isn't there? We could fly in foreign workers to run our food factory for us, but that would be severely unprofitable, I would think. But yeah, we shall see. Let's see if I can find anyone to raid. Project 7 is running a short stream of 20 hours so far. So I'm giving up at like half the stream length of Project 7's stream. I think that's sensible for me. Yeah, sure. I don't see any other English streamer. Calvin is streaming again, but that was a subscriber follow only chat, and I don't want to raid into that again. I'm going to raid over to Project 7, who plays Workers and Resources in German, but will welcome you and talk to you in English if you want to stick around and ask questions. If that is a deal breaker, that is fine. I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't see anyone else to raid right now. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I might be back tomorrow. Depends on how work will go. And I might throw in a stream of Clan Folk, which I kind of want to check out the continuation of that as a chill stream for like less than the stream length we have right now. Next week is going to be a short week, so I'm expecting more Workers and Resources at the end of the week rather than the beginning, but we'll see. Take care everyone, all the best, and maybe I'll see you next time.